were like, oh my god, there's so many changes. This is... And they've just been hooked because now they find some ease in this tutorial.
Well, that feeling of survival's come back again, right? I imagine, I mean, I don't want to put words in people's mouth, but for the people who are endgame building, they're in these massive mansions, they've got every material possible. When story mode comes along, they're going to be able to dive right in and they're fully prepared. So it's whether or not people want to really go back to those roots and that survival and get themselves from the ground, well, grounded up again, I suppose.
Yes, and the thing about the story too is when this update does come out, the story is going to be integrated into the game. So it's not going to be a separate mode, like they're not going to go through and pick new game, story mode. It's just going to be in the game, like quests and everything else. So people who have been playing will also be able to join the story mode without having to do any fancy stuff to get it to work.
Fantastic. And while we're talking about stories, you know I have to do this, so I'm so sorry, Shyla.
Oh,
Can you give us a little foreshadowing on the full story that players will unlock in version 1?
You know what? I really wish I could, but I know Practical Technology is watching, and I just... We'll leave it at that.
That's fine, you gotta try, you gotta try. What I will do instead is I'm gonna jump over to the topic on everyone's lips, which is the brood mother.
Yes!
We saw her in the footage just then with Adam and Phil. She's literally right here behind me, I can see, she's absolutely stunning.
Yes.
We saw some of the epic battle gameplay with said mother, and I'm just gonna make some estimations here. Is that a final boss battle? Is raiding on the way? Can you tell us a bit more about combat? I'm so curious.
Yes, I love that you just automatically go to a final boss because
she's humongous. Surely,
she is.
Surely the mother is the end of the game.
No, she is actually the first mini boss players can encounter.
That says a lot about where it's going as well.
Yes, it's great. So, fun fact: when we first launched the game, there was a spider that lived on a flying Discman in the hedge. And that was her home. Players would go and disrupt her, and
she's just living her best life.
She was. And so the dev team decided to take her out for a bit. They built her a beautiful home, and now for the price of a BLT.
BLT?
A BLT, bombardier parts, ladybug parts, and thistles.
So not a bacon, lettuce, tomato.
Yes.
Your own version, love it,
But you go and you build that sandwich, you present it to her little cove, and then she comes out and she goes, oh, thank you for the food. Oh, and your dessert. So you get to experience a little bit about that.
Yeah. So tell us a bit more about the combat then. So I'm approaching it from someone who, when I raid, I'm very much like a ranged melee type, but I like to surround myself with tanks, DPS, healers, etc. Is this the type of combat you can see folks taking in, that level of strategy? Also, to a degree, is there solo combat? Do you think you could take on the Broodmother by yourself?
Yes. So the one nice thing is, although we don't say, like, you can be this class, this class, this class, and all of the kids in the game, they are built the same. The way that we get to that and allow you to kind of customize your game is that we have mutations in the game.
Oh, okay.
And that is something that you can pick. So, like, for the Broodmother, there's a mutation called Reliable Friend. And for people playing with me, that is probably the best mutation to have because I die a lot. I just like to go in and charge and be like, hey, friend. Oh, no, you're not my friend. And so with the Reliable Friend, they're able to pick someone up much quicker so you can get back into the fight because there are babies and ads that come in and that can be pretty hard to pick someone up as you're being picked at by a few different spiders.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. So there is a way to do it with friends and get yourself ready, get all the equipment ready. In fact, is there any gear that maybe like you've eyed up? Because we were talking just before we were saying here, and you actually were doing that gameplay in the background of Phil and Adam's conversation. So as someone who's taken on the Broodmother themselves, what's your #1 tip that you could give us, maybe to prep and think about?
My #1 tip is that, like most people know, spiders are afraid of fire. And so if you get some spicy stuff on your weapon, spicy. So we have different modes, so you can collect mints and collect transmute your weapons that way and stuff. My favorite is the spicy, which adds a burning effect to it. And spiders do not take well to that, so that is probably the best weapon you can have. For a ranged player like you, we do have arrows that are equipped with the spicy tip, so that way you can use that to fight and you'll be good.
Perfect. And then I can just run around the map, pick them all up again. Give you off I go again.
You're great.
Stunning. I love this. Right. The one thing that is really amazing about Grounded in particular is about that we could talk about the full release is coming in a month, as a reminder, September 27th. But like I said, the amazing thing is that you can go play it right now, right this second. So I want to ask you, for both new and returning fans, remind people where they can go play Grounded right now.
Yes. So Grounded is currently available on the Xbox Game Pass, which I do say I subscribe to, and it is I call it the subscription we're subscribing to.
I call it theft, so I'm glad we have different words for it.
You know, but we mean the same thing. It is
we really
too good to be true.
The value is phenomenal.
And the fact that there are so many day one games, just like Grounded.
Yep.
It's
and
impressive.
so many of the shows we have, the games even we spoke about today as well. All on Game Pass.
Oh, no, it's great. So that is like the easiest way that I recommend people, because then if they're done with Grounded, there's so many other games that they can go and explore.
Absolutely,
and that's perfectly fine. We're all gamers. We all want to see what's out there.
Yeah.
If they don't want to do Xbox Game Pass, it is currently available on the Windows Store and on Steam. So you could purchase it now. Yep. This is the early access game preview price. Okay. We have announced that the price will be going up.
Sure.
So for people who are waiting for story mode before they actually go out and play, I would suggest if you want to own it, buy it now, take advantage of this price. Yeah. Otherwise, Xbox Game Pass.
Get yourself on Game Pass. Yes. Absolutely. That's the main thing. So before you leave, and I don't want you to, but I have to say that before you leave, let's talk a little bit more about the booth itself. As I mentioned, we do have this amazing photo up behind me with the Broodmother. I'd love you to tell us a little bit about why that's here and why it's so important to the team to turn up in that way.
Oh yeah, no, it's great for us because we get to bring a piece of the game for players to actually experience. The beautiful thing about the Broodmother is that she's built to scale.
To scale?
To scale. So she is 17 feet wide, 7.5 feet tall, and thankfully we have her in a hunched mode, so she's not completely towering over you. But it's just amazing to have that and have that fan experience here, especially when we have an update coming out very soon that players can go and experience. It's nice to bring them here, say, hey, check out Grounded, and then when the update comes out, they can go and they can play with their friends. And that is something that I do want to mention that we do with this update. We have something else that players have been asking for. And although it's not out in the public, it's out on the test flight. And that is shared worlds.
Okay, interesting. What's that?
And that means, so if you and I want to play a game, woo!
We will, by the way. We will. Yes.
And you're like, you know what, I have stuff to do. And I'm like, you know, I want to keep playing. You can share your world with me. We log off, you leave, and then I can pick up by playing myself. And then when you come back on, you join my game. And all the progress I've made is saved. And it's just a way that the team has been able to get players to continue to play with their friends and keep that momentum going. Because when you get on a roll, like in a survival game, and you're like, we're building this house. And someone leaves, you're like, okay, I hope I can remember what I wanted to do.
Back. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that rolls into the whole theme. We've spoke about it a fair bit, but the accessibility of the game. And I think, again, we saw the Broodmother is another element that is brought into accessibility. And there's a key word for it. You told me about it, and I would love for you to say the word yourself of what this is.
The Danger Dumpling mode?
Danger Dumpling.
So back in the day, back in the wee days when it first came out, we do have accessibility mode. And that is something that came about because we're able to work so close with Xbox and their teams. And so they worked greatly to figure out why people, you know, have arachnophobia, what kind of triggers them and stuff.
There's loads of research into it, right?
So, and we wanted to find a way in order to get this mode playable, so that way fans could play the game who are afraid of spiders, but also still felt like they were getting the true experience.
Sure.
And so back in the day, we called it, it's still called arachnophobia mode.
Sayajin reverso.
But we started to see some people here, they're
Fala aí, Alder, beleza, cara?
And it just kind of stuck. So internally, that is our name. So we love it. Some people find it more frightening than the one with the legs. To each their own. I personally love the one with the legs, but the Danger Dumpling mode is also perfectly fine.
Just a big spider gal, aren't you?
Oh, it's great. Like, at some point, I'll have a tarantula, but we're waiting on that.
I love the goal. Manifest the spider. It's going to happen.
It's happening.
Absolutely. Well, I know I need to get a picture with this last, so if someone could just screenshot this right here, then maybe I've already done it today. But I did want to thank you so much for joining us today, Shiloh. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. And I hope you enjoyed the rest of the booths at Gamescom, though I have a feeling they're not as spider-infested as you want them to be. So thanks again, my darling.
Yes, thanks for having me here.
You're more than welcome. So now that we've explored the backyard, coming up, we'll be taking a trip back in time to the 16th century to where my co-host Maxi chats with the folks behind Pentiment, the upcoming murder mystery adventure game set in Bavaria in the 1500s. But first, we have a video to share that might strike a little bit of a chord.
Será que acabou? Será que acabou? O que os senhores acham? Eu tenho mais um pouco ainda. Vai até as 2. Legal, Hector, de matar zumbi. Pô, cara, eu acho que eu vou ter que me ausentar um pouco aqui. Porque já é 12h20, velho. Eu não almocei, eu preciso almoçar. Poxa, seja bem-vindo ao canal aí, cara. Eu vou ter que preparar, eu vou demorar um pouco, vou ter que preparar o rango ainda. Nossa, eu não tô conseguindo esse nick, tá numa cor muito ruim de ler, cara. O Kuga X Gamer. Fala, Kuga, seja bem-vindo, cara. Beleza, e aí? Eu vou ter que preparar alguma coisinha aqui. Caramba. Eu? A minha... Acha? Como assim? Não. Tá com 28 amigos aqui acompanhando. Como assim? Que bug é esse aí? 24 agora. Ô, louco, acho. Emerson, você tá na live ainda? Não sei se tem mais alguma coisa legal. Isso que eu não te mostrei 1/10 do que eu tô guardando. Vídeo, print, eu te mostrei 1/10. Se eu te contar o cara, vídeo de 1 hora, outros canais fazendo vídeo de 2, 3 horas, ali ó, só aqui ó, fazendo de tudo para prejudicar, cara. Da hipocrisia total. Fala, não fiz nada para prejudicar, mas tô printando tudo, cara. Tô salvando tudo aqui. Só observando. Não te conto nem a metade. Nem a metade. Que isso? Ah, de novo essa pilô de bichano, cara. Oh, peste. Nossa, cara, meu OBS tá muito zoado. Tá dropando pra vocês a live? O upload tá vermelho. Não sei o que seu OBS tá arrumando, cara. Ah, eu não sabia não. Não, eu entendo. Sabe como é que chama isso? Canalice. Isso chama covardia e canalice. Por isso que eu falo que vai ser interessante essa semana em outubro. É bem interessante. É, não, porque pra mim aqui o upload tá despencando, mas eu acho que deve ser só o painel demonstrativo do OBS. Talvez a live esteja estável pra vocês. Não, eu não vou fechar a live. Vou deixar a live rolando aqui com o evento e vou preparar alguma coisa pra comer e já volto. Não vou fechar a live. Mas eu vou demorar uns 20 minutos pra um pouco mais aí, porque eu tenho que preparar a comida, né?
Because the game is set in Bavaria, I can finally bring out my inner Bavarian and say servus.
Por isso que eu falei que a BGS esse ano vai estar boa, Emerson. Vai estar maravilhosa. Vai estar higienizada, limpa. Por isso que eu te falei. Exatamente por isso.
Josh, du sprichst auch ein wenig Deutsch, oder?
Ja, stimmt. Und wir freuen uns, hier zu sein.
So he just gave you a
Mas eu
raise,
não te conto
basically.
nem a metade do que fizeram, cara.
Wonderful.
Nem a
No,
metade.
continue, please.
He said nice to be here, but I think we would appreciate if we stick to English if you're
Isso que eu
okay.
falo, cara.
Okay,
Meu.
perfectly fine. So,
Nossa.
now that
Enfim.
the game is set in Bavaria, and I'm a little biased here because I live in Bavaria, I've had my share of Oktoberfest, but I think what's really interesting, why did you choose that region?
I think my interest in Germany goes all the way back to my childhood. My grandmother was born in Kempten, in the southwest part of Bavaria, and I started learning about my family history and our genealogy. When I went on to college, I studied German music, later German history, German language, continued studying German after I graduated. And then so I just had this interest in German culture and history, and I had an interest kind of in maybe exploring that someday through games.
So now that we know where the game is set, could you tell us a little bit more about the when, the who, and give us an overview of what Pentiment is about?
Sure. Pentiment is a narrative adventure game, and it is set in 16th century
Leozeira, seja bem-vindo ao canal, cara. Seja bem-vindo aí. Pô, que bom. Que bom. Legal, pô. Eu não vou todos os dias. Eu devo ir, sei lá, talvez uns 3 dias no máximo. 4, se muito. Nem vou ficar o dia todo. Vou ficar lá umas 3, 4 horas só por dia e vou curtir outras coisas em Sampa, né? Raramente eu vou lá. Eu vou curtir outras coisas. Não vou ficar só na BGS não, cara. Ainda mais agora que a Microsoft não vai estar lá. A gente não sabe nem se a Sony estará também. Ainda não sabemos se a Sony também estará. Eu acho, se não tiver, meu amigo, o desfalque ali vai ser tenso, hein?
that kind of throws a wrench into things. His
o
friend
passaporte que eu tenho é
Abby
para todos
is
os
accused
dias.
of
Eu
the
vou ver
murder,
quais dias
and
melhores
he
para
basically is
ir,
the only person in a
mas
position
todos os
to
dias não
try
vai
to
falar
prove
não.
that he didn't do it, but he has to figure out who actually did.
So Andreas Mahler sounds
Legal.
like a friendly guy. He's going to save his friend. Is that
eu vou me
his
carregar até
only
lá.
like friendly trait, or can we learn a little bit more
Chegando
about
lá, eu vou encontrar com o brother lá, mas
Andreas
enfim.
is a specific character.
Caro pra caramba.
Obsidian
E
is
outra,
kind of known
a maior
usually
parte
for
da galera que
making
tá
more
indo
Vice
agora não
Slayer
tá comprando
broad
ingresso
characters,
agora. A gente
but
comprou
Andreas
ingresso há
is a
2 anos
specific
atrás,
character in this
antes
place
da
in
pandemia,
time.
3
So
anos,
he comes from
e
a
tá com
family
ingresso
of artists
pago
in
já, ou
Nuremberg,
seja,
hence the name
a portaria da BGS, não
Mahler.
sei se vai dar lucro esse ano não.
But his father was able to
Foi
do a
desbotado,
commission
não sei,
for the
mas
rector
não
of the
sei como é que
University
vai
of
estar lá.
Erfurt, which
Eu
gave
sei que em
Andreas the
relação a
opportunity
atrações,
to
não vi
get a
nada que
university
realmente faça
education,
valer a pena,
but he
na
dropped
parte de
out.
Xbox
So
e
he
Play,
has
pelo menos.
something of a university
E eu não sei se vai ter
education that
alguma coisa
allows
assim.
you to
Acho que na
pick
área
your
indie vai ter
backgrounds for
bastante
Andreas.
coisa,
But
fabricantes
he
de
eventually goes
hardware,
back to the artist life, the family
Razer, sei
business, so to
lá,
speak.
não sei
And
se a
he's just
ASCO
trying to
vai estar
wrap things up
também,
before he
tem
becomes a
outras coisas,
master.
mas
When this
esse
kind of
ano acho que vai
throws a
estar
wrench
meio
in
fraco. Eu
everything.
vou mesmo para ver alguns poucos
And
amigos,
there are a few
dar uma
games
volta
that
lá,
are
fazer
set
pouco de
to play as
conteúdo
one
pro
character
canal,
for a
tirar umas fotos e
25-year
tal.
lifespan. So I would imagine Andreas, as you just described, like it's a pretty
Galerinha,
interesting character.
dedo no bote.
But could you
Ó,
tell
quem
us
puder, dá uma
what the
clicada
fans
no
can
link do
expect
bote aí
in
para
the
dar uma força pro canal.
25-year journey?
Não importa o que aparecer, é
I mean,
propaganda,
I
é
would
só
say,
fechar.
again, most
É só clicar no
Obsidian
link, é só
role-playing
pra dar aquela
games will
força, quem
focus on a
puder.
story that takes place over maybe a few months, maybe a year or
então,
so.
esse ano não
It's
vai
pretty
estar
rare to have
muito
something
legal
that
não,
spans decades
Léo.
of time. And we really wanted to focus on seeing how a character like Andreas, who is coming into his adulthood, beginning his life as a master, how he changes over several decades. But not only him, also Kearsarge, Abby, and Tassing, which are characters of their own, filled with actually hundreds of characters, interconnected families, the monks, the nuns, the peasants, the craftsmen, and just seeing how they change over time. But it isn't just
Isso aqui tem outro cunho, viu, Emerson? Tem outro propósito aqui, cara. Se eu te contar, você vai ficar de cara. É pior ainda do que você imagina. Isso aqui ainda tem um outro propósito muito pior do que você imagina, cara. De dar, assim, uma mistura de nojo com ódio, com repulsa. Você demora anos para perceber e entender certas coisas, sabe? A vida que segue, em algum momento as coisas vão se acertando e cada um vai responder pelas suas atitudes. No tempo certo.
Easily recognizable and still something that you can feel attached to, as well as with the
Linguiça?
scenes, you know,
Você é louco, você é praticamente
change, as well as each of our acts is set in a different season, a different time of year,
de
so we have
linguiça, cara.
updated weather effects, the landscape changes with the time, and so yeah, it impacted everything. We try to make that as thorough as possible.
Que eu acabei de conversar com você, falou que eu não entendo o porquê disso. Aí eu te falei, isso tem outro propósito. Se angariar view, like, angariar mais engajamento, às custas da desgraça de quem não concorda, de quem não acha bonitinho, não acha legal. Entendeu? Basicamente isso. Nojento, cara. É nojento. É muito pior do que você imagina.
As well as this is a story that's being told from an artist's perspective. So we got to reference works from the time period, both to inform how we wanted the game to look, as well as be
eu tô comentando uma parada aqui com o Emerson, galera, que eu tô conversando com ele em off aqui, entendeu? É outra parada que tem a ver com a live.
This was a pre-photograph period of time. So, you know, we looked at existing art from artists of the period to inform what people decorated their homes with, what types of things they cooked, what types of clothing they wore. This is all things that you can find reference information about through text, but when you're trying to represent how they look and, you know, find ways to adapt that art into the context of a game, it was really useful to look at paintings. One example is that Andreas Miller is designed after specifically the self-portraits of Albrecht Dürer. You know, that was not only a painting that showed what art at the time looked like, but also how that artist viewed himself, or at least wanted to present himself to the world at the time.
É o tipo de jogo que eu falo a verdade pra vocês. Eu não sei se eu teria, sei lá, muita vontade de jogar e tal. Não sei. Não sei, galera.
Really large book with lots of different woodcuts in it that shows
sei se eu
landscapes
teria.
and people, all sorts of things. So the
Talvez daria uma chance pela história e tal, mas gostei da arte, da parte desenhada ali, mas com tanta coisa pra jogar, fica difícil passar esse jogo na frente de tantos outros que tem, inclusive alguns que eu nem joguei. Estão aqui na minha reta.
Gameplay work in that environment?
Yeah, so laying out the scenes based off of that informed a few different things. Definitely how the character navigates the space. We had some experiments on what felt good, if it was going to be sort of open floor plane navigation versus navigating on paths. So figuring out how the scenes were going to be positioned and how the paths were going to work definitely informed how we were going to have the player navigate the space. One example was that we had some challenges with paths going straight up in the game felt really bad, and eventually we kind of figured out this is because all of the reference material that we were styling the art after, they almost never show a character head on. They never walk into the scene space, they're always shown in 3/4 view. So identifying that that's what felt right within the art style definitely changed the design of the navigation and the locomotion within the game.
And one definite style really stands out to me, and I think I saw some tattoos that also have this type of font, Josh. Like, what are the fonts that you are using in the game?
Yeah, so fonts are a really big part of the game and the art that we wanted to have really custom made and bespoke for what we were doing here.
Já faz tempo, Drogo. Estamos em live já. É que a live caiu, eu tive que reiniciar porque deu foco no upload. Mas tô aqui desde as 9, cara. 3 horas e meia de live já.
Cultural backgrounds. We have a peasant script. We have a special font that's just for the monks.
Tô procurando um jogo single player para jogar em live. Comprei um controle PS5 para jogar no PC. Cara, que controle foda esse do PS5, cara. Que controle bom, cara. Curti pra caramba também a pegada. Sei lá, o material dele, cara. O controle é muito animal, velho.
We also put a lot of effort into custom features for rendering the fonts. So we have all these different typefaces. Most of them are actually scripts, so they're handwritten. And the way that we convey that, we stroke mask every single character. So every stroke of the letter comes in one at a time.
Não, cara, do Xbox tá atualizado,
cara. It comes in initially as very dark, glossy ink with a highlight, and it quickly fades and goes into the page and dries, and it bleeds around the edges.
Ah, não, Drogo, tamo aqui, cara. Já dei eu abri antes das 9, porque olha que ia começar o evento, né? Mas, cara, ó, poucas coisas legais, mas mostrou algumas coisas bacanas. Todas no Game Pass, que é maravilhoso. Agora, muito isso aí, ó. Sabe, maquininha, né, linguiça só saindo ali. Injeção de linguiça.
And then finally, another feature is that our one printed typeface, because this is the birth of print in this era, that typeface is actually pressed in.
Ó, Milão aí.
So everything else is written in, but the Drucker type.
Gente, vocês me dão aí, ó, uns 20 minutinhos. Eu vou perder alguma coisa, não vai ter jeito. Depois eu confio na hora que eu voltar, mas eu vou ter que me ausentar para comer, porque se eu não comer...
I love them.
Yeah, we could too. The whole show is going to be fonts now from now on, guys. I'm sorry. No. But you are making a game, you're making sure that anybody can play that game and it's accessible. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Cuiabana.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the things that we found very early on is that because of all these special fonts, and also because we have a game with so much writing, people were being challenged by a lot of those fonts. I mean, they were hard. They even made jokes in that time period about how hard to read those handwriting fonts were. So we have an easy read mode. So at the beginning of the game or any time of the game, you can say,
exatamente, Du. Queijo cremoso. Não tem lá, diz que o mendigo lá fazia churrasco de linguiça com queijo, né?
Makes it much easier to read. You can scale all the text up very large.
Mano, tá caindo o upload de novo, cara.
We also have a text-to-speech option that helps a ton. And then there are other features for like cognitive challenges, or even just if you don't know anything about history. So I think there are going to be a lot of people who see this, I hope, and they say, I love the art style, I like the idea of a narrative adventure, but I don't really know much about Germany or 16th century. So we have a glossary in-game. Anytime you see a term, Martin Luther. Who was Martin Luther? Erasmus. You'll see it underlined, and you can go into the margin, get a quick definition, enough to understand the context and go back in. That goes into your journal so you can reference it at any time. And then because we have such a huge cast of characters, we also found that people were saying, I can't keep all these people straight. So when a character is not in the scene, but they're mentioned, their name is underlined, and you can go into the margin, you'll see a picture of them to go like, oh, that's Brother Guy. Oh, that's Mother Cecilia. Now I remember. So we have all these features in there to make it easier for people who might be challenged by some of these things.
I love that. That's like the doorway of approachability that you're opening right there. And thank you so much for thinking of that from the start in your games. So super excited to see those features as well. And when you decided to
mete uma água sanitária lá, mano.
Joga
jatão lá, já era.
I know you said you studied German history, but do you work with experts? How did that go, that process?
Yeah, I contacted a number of
galera, aguenta a mão aí,
people,
tipo, sei lá, uns 20 minutos. Quem chegar aí, avisa a galera que eu tô preparando um rango. Rango? Pra eu comer, senão eu catabolizo e não posso catabolizar. Eu preciso manter a minha evolução. Não, mentira, eu tô com fome. Ai, credo,
on a lot of stuff.
Que nojo.
But what we used him for was his expertise in sort of
joga limão em
Austria
cima
and the
ainda.
Holy Roman Empire, social structure and
Já
legal
volto, galera.
issues at the time. And then Dr. Winston Black, who specializes in medieval and early modern medicine. So we drew upon all of them to help give a lot more layers of authenticity to how we represented the time period.
Amazing. So I'm going to expect a lot of details in there. I'm going to learn a lot. I feel like I'm going to learn a lot. So even though this is a very different type of game than the Obsidian is known for creating, are there any elements that you would say that continue the hallmarks of the Obsidian titles?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we wanted to make something that was different and more approachable and sort of narrative focused, but we also wanted to give players some choice about how they define Andreas. One of the things that's nice about saying that Andreas went to university is that you can choose what he studied, or really what he was interested in. So, you know, you can say, I was a Latinist, I specialized in grammar. So he knows Latin, he knows things about the Roman Republic, and that can come in handy in his investigations. Tassing is actually built on Roman ruins. We're in Cologne. This is a common thing in this region. He can also choose to say he studied the occult, because some people don't realize that in this time period, books on magic were largely circulated among the clergy who were in university settings. So this gives you the opportunity to unlock these aspects of his educational background or how he lives his life. For example, did you live as a hedonist where you just indulge every pleasure? Or are you a businessman who focuses specifically on making connections and making money? All of these things open up choices in conversation and how you can go through the mystery. But then also it's very important that you feel like you can shape the story. This is a personal story and the story of a community, but you need to be able to influence that. You need to ultimately decide who you think is actually guilty of these crimes. And that's a very ambiguous thing. We leave that open to you, and it's up to you to sort of see the consequences of it.
So it's more than just a mystery in general, it's like really an open environment, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, the reason why we don't call this like a detective game, even though there are elements to it, is it's a narrative adventure, but you are investigating a murder. But we want you to feel like there is ambiguity here. You're not a detective. There is no forensic science. So you are investigating a number of people who have motives, and it's up to you to really present the evidence that you feel is maybe the most compelling, but you don't have to. You could also just turn in the person that you don't want to be around anymore, the person you don't like as much, or it could be the person you think the community will miss the least. But the thing is, because you're going to be returning to this community over many, many years, if you get someone punished for a crime, the people who are close to them are going to remember that and they're going to hold it against you. Maybe other people are glad that you did that and they'll be totally fine with it. But that's part of the appeal, I think, of an Obsidian game, is that the story is more about living with consequences rather than a right or a wrong answer.
I can't wait, because that means also for streamers, when they stream the game, it can turn out into different choices. I think there's a lot to explore.
Yeah.
So what was the development like of the process in reality?
Yeah, so, I mean, I've always wanted to make a historical game, but this particular type of game I didn't really conceive of until about the time that Microsoft acquired Obsidian. I thought that a small narrative game, historical, with a small team would be a great fit for Game Pass. So I pitched my boss, Fergus Urquhart. I said, I'm going to make this game with a small team. And then I went to Hannah and I said, I have this idea for this game and I have an idea for an art style. It's kind of blending these two eras because it's a transitional time, but I don't really know how that worked. So
yeah, at that point I was really excited because this was a unique challenge, but I was coming from my concept artwork from an illustration background, so I loved the idea of this being like a living book, mixing what I love about animation, what I love about games, and what I love about books all together into this project where we had to kind of dance this dance between being true to history and being representative of art that we were looking at from this time period, with the art that would be eye-catching, be easy to understand, and work really well for the format. So yeah, I was thrilled at that point and fully on board with this idea.
So it's super obvious this game means a lot to you, it's very personal. So what are you two most excited about for fans to play Pentiment and discover it for the first time?
Yeah, one of the things that I'm most excited about is this game has been kind of difficult to clock for people to figure out like what the genre is and what it's all about, and I think that's really interesting. Like, I think that intrigue had this potential to bring a bunch of different types of people to the table, people that either might not think that they already enjoy history or the idea of a historic game, or people that love history and maybe don't game at all. I think we have this potential to kind of have people learn something new in this context and maybe expand what they already know that they like. And for me, that's something that's really exciting about this project and games in particular. We're at this point now where there's so many games, so games that can do something new and a little bit unexpected or just kind of confuse people in a good way. I love that.
How about you?
Yeah, I think, you know, this story is a really personal story for Andreas and the people in this community. And we've put a lot of effort into all these like really funny and cute and tender moments that I found are, even in this format, which is you know, a very unconventional art style and it's all presented through text, has been really emotionally impactful for a lot of people that have played it. And so I'm really excited to see how it resonates with people, because I just think it's a very cool story, and it's also, it feels like a very personal story, not only for Andreas, but also the choices that the player makes, and there's a lot of really cool reactivity that I'm excited for people to see.
Well, people can actually see it here at Gamescom for the very first time, and we're already a couple days in. Today is the first consumer day. What are the reaction of the fans?
It's been really great. I mean, I think that when we announced the game, like Hannah said, some people were kind of like, this looks cool, I don't really know what it is, I'll check it out later. And so we had, but some people were really thrilled just by the subject matter and the art. So we had a lot of people coming in and playing it who were immediately like, yeah, I love this. But the other thing that I thought was cool is, even though this is a niche game, seeing people come in who admitted they were kind of skeptical or just kind of like, I don't know what this is. Yeah. They played through the whole demo and they walked out and they're like, I'm hooked. I want to find out more about this story. I love it. I love the presentation. And yeah, it's really exciting just seeing people play it and have a really positive response.
So last but not least, when can we get our hands on this game?
We're going to be able to play it on November 15th of this year.
So my broadcast is almost finished. I'm going to go and play Pentiment right after that. I'm super excited to play. Thank you both so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
So before we hear from the folks from the newly announced Under the Wave, let's look at a totally turbulent new collab featuring your favorite dodge brawlers and the heroes in a half shell. Dodgeball and turtles, that's a level of like 90s cool childhood me could only ever dream about. Grab a slice of pizza, sit back, feast your eyes on this upcoming crossover event in this shiny new trailer. Cowabunga, dudes!
People of Knockout City, you've been lied to. We've been forced to live beneath your feet. It is time you saw the truth. We will live in the shadows no more. Go, go, go! It's time for us to step into the light. The Mutant Mutiny begins now. You're up, Ratfink. I smell a rat. Hey, that's me. I'm gonna bite their heads off. Whoa, Goober, watch your language. We can't do this alone. This is a call to all mutants everywhere. We need your help. The cavalry is here! We're here for truth. We're here for justice.
Cretino. Você é um imaturo. Você é um cocô. E eu vou matar você.
Que pena.
We leave so many things behind us. Objects, memories, mistakes. They sink in time, touch the bottom and go to sleep. Silence is full of ghosts. And here, voices can only come from the deep. Deep under the waves.
Hey, welcome back everyone, and wow, I feel like I need a minute to gather myself after the trailer. That is beautiful and emotional stuff, and I'm so excited to be sitting here with Ronan Quafek, who is one of the lead developers for Under the Waves, brought to us by the minds behind Echo and Dark Days. This is one I am super excited about. And before any questions, Ronan, let me just say a massive congratulations on the reveal. Must feel amazing for you and the team to finally have Under the Waves out there.
Hi Graham, thanks a lot for your feedbacks. We were really happy to announce yesterday the trailer of Under the Waves, as we work a lot on this trailer. So yeah, all the team is really happy today. And we have also a lot of really good feedbacks so far. So yeah, everyone is happy.
Good. It was a real standout moment, that trailer, and Open the Night Live just really shone in that show. And after seeing the trailer, I've got a ton of questions I want to dive into. But let's start on the surface, okay? Give us the overall pitch for Under the Waves.
Yeah, sure. So firstly, Under the Waves is a single-player, narrative-driven and adventure game. It takes place mainly underwater in the North Bay area and in the late 70s settings. You play as Stan, a professional diver who works for an oil company. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Right. So I'm in, but let's dive a little deeper. My immediate reaction to the trailer there is that there's a real kind of emotional heart to the story here. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, sure. So Stan has kept some grief from the surface. So firstly, he decided to walk underwater to find some rest from the surface, to think about his own life. So as the game has a lot of mature topics, we really work on the atmospheric side of the game and the emotional side of the game. So yeah, the main idea was to create a very emotional game.
Yeah, you really get a sense of that kind of escape and that isolation for Stan when he's under the waves. It looks amazing, but I also saw some pretty surreal imagery in that trailer as well, like things you wouldn't necessarily expect to see under the waves. Tell us more about that and how it'll play into the story.
Yeah, sure. So Stan have a lot of grief from the surface and also a lot of memories to hide from the surface. And you know, as a diver, you sometimes have some disease, like narcos, and one day on a routine mission, Stan will be confronted to the first strange event. So at this moment, it will be already the beginning of a journey of Stan underwater. And as Stan will move on those kind of memories coming back from his past, all the game will fall into some sci-fi things and yeah, a lot of eerie things also. Yeah.
It looks fascinating. Now, I've got to tell you, Ronan, this is really resonating with me because, you know, I grew up in Aberdeen, Scotland, right on the North Sea. That North Sea setting is really talking to me. My dad worked in oil, in drilling. What was it that drew you personally to that North Sea setting?
Yeah, it's funny because my father was a sailor, so right. I live mainly around the sea also. And yeah, for me it was a really great inspiration for me to talk about because yeah, I see a lot of things, for example, about pollution into the ocean. So we decided to set up the game in the North Sea because all the North Sea is quite polluted. You have a lot of oil company, you have a lot of pollution from the Second War. So we really would like to create strong messages about ecological things, etc. We decided to set up the game here and confront Stan to that kind of things. Yeah.
Awesome. And it's kind of a world we never see, right? Under the waves, yeah. Literally. I guess it gives you so much freedom to create an environment for players to explore. So
yeah, sure.
How much will players be able to kind of, in an open world style, explore?
Yeah. So firstly, the game is really story-driven, so you have a main story to follow, but we really designed the game with very large area to explore. So basically, you live in underwater, but you are ready to swim under the sea. You will be able to drive a little submarine and in a very large area, so you can really move at your convenience in the world. But yeah, you have a main story to follow. And in the ocean, you will be able to find wrecks, to find caves. We really wanted to let the player be free in the ocean, to really create some also empathy with the ocean and with the sea life. And for us, it's really important to create this connection, also to fit our ecological message. Yeah.
Love it. Something else I loved was this sort of 70s retro futuristic vibe you've got going on with the technology and the underwater technology. Why did you kind of choose that art style, and how are you bringing it to life?
So it's all also come from my childhood. So right. When I was child, I visit a lot of boats with my father, and all the boats were in this kind of setup. And also, I was a big fan of Jacques Cousteau sea documentaries, and as also the stories about really nostalgia, memories, and some stuff like that. We decided to be really inspired by those kind of old sea documentary. So we fit this kind of rendering. We add grain on the picture. We had vignetting. We had some strong contrast between yellow and blue. So we really would like to fit this kind of old memories, old vintage thing to be in a comfortable world. And for us, it's kind of Madeleine of Proust.
Yeah. Cool. The music in the trailer is incredible too, and such a great way of bringing the atmosphere of the game to life. Who's working on the music for you, and how are you using it to kind of raise those emotional states?
Yeah, so the music was composed by Nicolas Bredin, who is also a co-founder of the studio. So in general, in all of your game, we work closely with the composer, with the writer. So the idea was really to work on emotional music to follow the stand stories through the game. So we work with old synthetism. We work a lot on sound design too. And the idea was really to be minimalistic and emotional in the music, and with also vibes from 70s. So with all the old synths, etc. And our main reference were Sigur Rós or Radiohead, very nostalgic music too. Yeah.
Cool. I really get the sense that there's a lot of personal connection to this game with you. But tell me more about the rest of the team. How is the process of creating Under the Waves been for you?
So we are quite an indie team. We are a dozen of people, very talented people for all the team. And we come from a AAA company. So with Nicolas Bredin, the composer, and Sébastien Renard, the writer, we have created Parallel Studio to really craft strong narrative game, because we have a lot of idea. We had a lot of memories from our own past. So we decided to really create a game with many things from us. It's a really personal project from all the team. And we really would like to add this kind of things in the game. Yeah.
Right. Now you've also mentioned there's kind of an ecological message at the heart of Under the Waves as well. Clearly in the setting with drilling and industry. So how are you bringing that to life, and how are you adding that into the world of the game?
Yeah, sure. So mainly the idea was to focus the story and about human impact on the ocean, not to be just ecological, but to create a strong poetic message about life, the cycle of life.
Right.
Because to move into the life, we have to be confronted to the cycle of life itself. And when we take some breath from the life, we see nature, we see the life around us. So the idea was to create a poetic message around the story about the sea life, about the poetic sea life around you. And that's why we really decided to work on ecological strong messages in the game. So for example, you will be able to find some strong facts about plastic in the world. And of course, Stan will react about we'll have a lot of questions about his own impact as a worker in our company. And to enhance these messages, we decided to find a foundation, an association, non-governmental association. So we work now with Surfrider Foundation to really bring their messages also in the game and to fit this message very closely. And so you will be able to find a lot of things about Surfrider in the game. Yeah.
Awesome. And the work that Surfrider Foundation is doing is so inspiring. And I know you've got a video to better introduce us to them. So let's take a look.
Clean water. Inspired communities. This is what we fight for. On the ground. In the classroom. At the heart of the political debate. Every day, we take action to battle plastic pollution, protect water quality, and reduce climate change. Powered by a dedicated grassroots community around Europe, we are driving change at every level to ensure that our ocean and beaches exist for future generations to enjoy. We protect what we love. Since 1990, we are Surfrider Europe.
Hello everyone, I'm Remy from Surfrider Foundation Europe. All of us at Surfrider are very excited to announce that we are collaborating with Parallel Studio and Quantic Dream to amplify our actions of protecting the ocean and its users by bringing our messages to their upcoming game, Under the Waves. As gamers ourselves, we really enjoy seeing how video games can carry meaningful messages. It's crucial for us to raise awareness of the richness of the ocean and its vulnerability. We are very pleased to do that in a whole new way, thanks to Parallel Studio and Quantic Dream. Under the Waves message is about the beauty of the ocean and the necessity to protect it. We strongly believe in it at Surfrider, and we look forward to telling you more about this collaboration soon. So stay tuned to surfrider.eu for more information on our mission, and underthewavegame.com for more information on the collaboration.
Incredible stuff there, and such an important organization to support. So Ronan, tell us how Surfrider is working really closely with you on the actual development of the game.
Yeah, sure. We done a lot of brainstorming, so we take a lot of facts from Surfrider, for example, quantity of plastic in the ocean, etc. So we decided to really add those messages and facts in the world, so the player will be able to scan the area and find some information. We'll be able to find a more complicated, more precise facts through your logbook. And we have also done a really strong work on the backstory of the game. So one of the main characters is directly linked to the Surfrider. And we really decided to work closely with them, not to just have an ecological message, but really to fit the narrative side, the poetic side, and the real experience side is about ecology and the beauty of the ocean. Yeah.
Right, and I think you've even got some Xbox achievements inspired by Surfrider, right?
We have added a lot of achievements, for example, collecting a lot of plastic. So we think video games could be a really strong medium for that kind of messages, and for us it's really important to move with that idea. Yeah.
Totally agree, Ronan. Okay, when can we play Under the Waves?
Under the Waves is for next year in 2023.
Excellent. Ronan, thank you so much. Amazing game, looks incredible, and a really important message as well.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us here at Gamescom.
Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it. Cheers, Ronan. Okay, up next, we're hearing about a new era of Xbox gameplay without a console. Yep, you heard that right. Maxi is standing by with Harrison Hoffman from the Xbox Cloud Gaming team.
Throughout the show, we have been highlighting great games that you can get your hands on later this year into the next. But for this segment, we're going to change it up a little bit and welcome Harrison Hoffman, who will walk you through the future of Xbox gaming without having to have an Xbox console. Now, I know I just said what I just said, but could you explain to us what that really means?
Yeah, for sure. So what we're showing you here today is the brand new Xbox app for Samsung Smart TVs. So this is an app that comes pre-installed on all 2022 Samsung Smart TVs, and all you have to do is launch the app, sign in with your Microsoft account, pair a Bluetooth controller. We actually support both Xbox as well as PlayStation DualSense and DualShock 4 controllers, and you can just jump right into the game to play.
Well, we're right here right now. Could you walk us through a little bit what that app looked like?
Yeah, for sure. So right here, we're on the home screen of the app. So the first thing that you'll notice when you come in here is we've filled the top of the screen with your recently played games. So we know from our experience with the console that the most common thing that people do when they come back to play is just jump right back into something that they were playing before. So we made that really, really easy. Now, if you want to find something new to play, you can just kind of scroll down from here. So you may have heard recently we made Fortnite free to play on Xbox Cloud Gaming. So again, all you need is that Microsoft account, and you can just jump right in and play Fortnite. But if you have an Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscription, that's when you unlock, hundreds of, high quality games that you can just play right here inside the app. So you can see some of the game selections that we've curated for folks here. Some of our most popular games: Forza Horizon 5, Halo Infinite, Sea of Thieves, all the ones that you'd expect. And then obviously our recently added games. So we're constantly adding new games to Game Pass, and I just kind of come in here a couple times a week and see what's new and just jump right into it. So 2 Point Campus, Turbo Golf Racing, Cooking Simulator, all ones that have come out really recently here.
Can we jump into a game right now?
Yeah, let's do it. So let's check out Grounded. So I'm super excited for the 1.0 release of Grounded that's coming up here, and I've been checking it out a bit lately. So let's just load up into the game here. So what's happening right now is we are connecting you to the best Xbox Cloud Gaming server for your session here. And when you're playing in Xbox Cloud Gaming, you are playing in the Xbox ecosystem. So that means that all of your cloud game saves from your PC or your console or your phone are all automatically saved to the cloud, so you can pick up right where you left off from anywhere here. So you can see we're getting into this game, and we'll just go ahead and get the game started. And what's happening right here is this game is running on our hardware in the cloud and being streamed down to the TV in real time at 1080p 60 frames per second.
Can I try it?
Yeah, for sure. So let's just load this game up here, and then we'll let you have a shot at it. So all right, so here we are at the beginning of Grounded, and you can see I'm running around, and one of the most important things when we were developing this app is making sure that the gameplay feel is right. Like the latency between when you do something on your controller and what happens on TV has to be super low, and you have to feel like you're really in control of the game. So you can even see as I'm coming around here, how responsive this is. You can see I'm just jumping here, and it's just being instantly reflected on the screen. So let me actually let you take a shot at this.
Can I take the PlayStation controller?
Yeah, you can take the PlayStation controller. So let me swap controller for microphone here.
Oh, and wow. This is the first time for me playing an Xbox game with a PlayStation controller. But I know what you mean. The input feels great. I see no latency. I mean, it depends on the internet that you have at home, but this is a big step for gaming without having to have additional hardware.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, here at Xbox, we have been making consoles for 20 plus years. And like, I actually personally worked on, Series X from early planning all the way through launch. So like, myself and the team have tremendous respect for the gaming experience that consoles bring to TVs. But we also know that not everybody is going to buy a dedicated gaming device like a console to play. So, all you have to do, like, if you have a TV that this app works on, you just have to launch the app and you can play.
So this is a multiplayer right now.
Tava acompanhando lá pelo celular quando eu tava matando uma tigela de proteína, mano.
A huge part of the Xbox experience. So that's why whenever you're in a game, you can hit the Xbox button here. I'll just grab my controller back.
I can take this for you. No, we're handling this fine. We're great. Okay.
Exactly. So you can come into the guide here to see all of your friends. You can see what they're doing. You can invite any of them into your game. If one of them invites you to a game, you can come in here to view your invitations as well. Just join right up. Also, achievements, a huge part of playing on Xbox. You got to be able to unlock those achievements and get your gamer score. So you can do that here. All the achievements that you unlock on your TV are reflected across the Xbox ecosystem. So I can come in here and just really see what I need to work on.
Thank you, Cloud, I would say.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. All right, how about we check out a different game?
Which one are you trying?
Well, I've been really into this new game called Turbo Golf Racing lately, and this game is brand new on Game Pass. It's actually in game preview.
É mesmo? É verdade?
So let's just hop right into this. And this is one of those games that, when I saw it come up on the recently added list, I don't have to download it. I don't have to update this game. So it's just super simple for me to just go and try it out. And it turns out that I really like it, and it's super fun. So
are you go for yourself then?
I used to be more of a golfer than I am now, but I do still enjoy it from time to time.
And this is different. Well, I can drive, but I don't golf, so I got 50% chance that I'm good in this game.
Okay. All right, let's just get right into a game here. So just pick a solo map here, and we'll see what we can do.
So how often would you switch a game in one session, for example?
I mean, it kind of really depends on the mood that I'm in. Like sometimes I want to go and just try out a bunch of different games. Sometimes, I'm super invested in a game that I've been playing for hundreds of hours, and that's just kind of what I'm into. And that's just the sort of flexibility that you get with cloud gaming here, just being able to jump into any of these games without any hassle. And, obviously, over the years, people have gotten, I bounced it off the tree there. Obviously, over the years, people have gotten super used to, streaming their movies and TV shows from apps on their TV like Netflix and Disney Plus. So we really just want to make it as easy to stream an Xbox game to your TV as it is to stream like a show from Netflix. So.
Well, it looked like you're already pro here and you have been dedicated some sessions to it.
A Samsung aqui melhor está se adaptando isso até agora, né? Pelo que eu ouvi falar aí, parece que a Samsung aqui está se adaptando legal.
Follow me this way. I will follow. We will go to the next station. I'm thankful we're having 2 stations right here. Okay, let's do it. What are we having here? Flight Simulator.
Okay, so what we have here, Microsoft Flight Simulator. So obviously this game has a huge history on the PC, and you kind of always need to have a high-end gaming PC to really be able to enjoy this. Well, recently, we brought this game over to Series X as well, and it's now playable on the cloud. So there's no big downloads here. I don't have to have expensive hardware. I can just come in here and fly and explore. So I'm just kind of coming into beautiful Naples, Italy right here. Do you want to give it a shot?
Yes, of course. I never say no to gaming.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So, folks at home, if you never tried Flight Sim, just really, I would recommend take a Volocopter, take a Hello Pelican, and hover over the cities, because these details are so beautiful. I have to say, Asobo did a really amazing job.
Yeah, I mean, this game is beautiful. It's just such a technical achievement too.
All of these textures are just streaming down from the cloud in real time from our Azure data centers, and that's really what makes this whole game possible here.
And when is this coming
Bandejinha de sorvete de Leprechal.
It's actually already out. So if you have a 2022 Samsung Smart TV, this comes pre-installed. If you just go into the gaming hub on your TV, then you'll be good to go.
Thank you so much, Harrison, for walking us through this. And I have to say, we've really come a long way from blowing in cartridges, wiping off our CDs to get into gaming. But one thing never changed, and that's the importance of community. And I love to see how platform is evolving, lower down barriers, and brings everybody together. And there's one franchise that brings the community together like no other, and that is Minecraft. I'm handing it off to my co-host Graham, who's going to talk about the upcoming Minecraft Legends.
O cu pra falar comigo.
Fala pra caraca, mano. E eu tô aqui, falhando de novo nessa repetição. Who wants to live forever? O problema é achar o... Não tem. O evento deu uma amornada, né? Legal, hein? Forno. Ai, onde é que tá os Dragonite aqui? Mojang, BBI.
What is my favorite legend of the overworld? The one I like most tells of a peaceful land that did not know cruelty.
Até pensei em parar para dar uma olhada, mas quando eu vi o que era,
until it was attacked by invaders, spreading the scourge of greed and fire.
Pô, às vezes eu acho que eu sou meio preconceituoso com certos jogos, cara. Deveria ser um pouco mais mente aberta às vezes, mas tem coisas que eu confesso que eu não tenho a menor vontade nem de ver, mano. Porra, sério.
It tells of struggles and sacrifices. Most importantly, this legend reminds us that hope can win the day. And that when fiery foes seem never-ending, that is when the world needs legends the most.
Não era pra você ter caído, eu pulei. United.
Watch out, everyone! The piglins are coming! And we're going to talk a lot about those wee guys. But before we do, I should introduce not piglins, but a couple of the team members responsible for the highly anticipated Minecraft Legends. Welcome to the game's executive producer, Dennis Reese. Welcome, Dennis.
Thank you.
And creative director Magnus Niedfors.
Yes.
Welcome, Magnus.
Thank you very much
for joining us today. Hey, welcome back to Gamescom.
Yeah, it's great.
Feels good
so
to be
excited.
back, right?
I know, it's nice to be back here in Germany with sausages and video games. It's excellent.
All the good things at once.
Those are a few of my favorite things.
Yeah,
sausages and video games. Right, so you announced Minecraft Legends at our Xbox Showcase back in June, right? So give us a reminder of what we should expect from Legends.
Well, Legends is an action strategy game based in the Minecraft universe that really encourages you to go out and explore the world and use all of these resources that you gather to help defend the overworld, which is being invaded by these horrible piglins. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think players are really going to enjoy getting out and playing the game.
Yeah, well, it's a new game that we're developing at Mojang. We're doing it together with Blackbird Interactive. It is a little bit of a different game because the easiest way to describe it is action and strategy. So it's a kind of a unique combination of gameplay.
Nice. So it's not the same Minecraft that we're used to, but clearly still set in the Minecraft universe, still got all the things we know and love about Minecraft. But it must be so exciting to take that universe in a different direction, right? So why did you choose to do that with Minecraft Legends?
Well, with Minecraft, we really like to, at Mojang, we really like to create games that we love to play. And we're really passionate about strategy games. And years ago, people are sitting around talking about how they could bring a strategy game into the Minecraft universe. And, the more talk, and it turned into something that we really wanted to do. It was passion, really, that drove us to this legend.
Great.
Não me vejo jogando isso.
And it's kind of, within the Minecraft universe, you do kind of have this kind of blank slate, right? To create all these different experiences, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It must be fun to play with.
Yeah. No, that's one of the great things, Minecraft is such a treat. It's like it's for everybody in so many ways. We do have, the original game that we usually call vanilla. We have done Minecraft Legend. No, sorry, we're doing that now. We have done Minecraft Dungeons.
Yeah.
And now we want to bring yet another game to broaden the experiences that player can experience within the Minecraft universe.
Great. So once the idea or the sort of seed for Minecraft Legends developed, how did you build the team around it? Who did you bring together to work on the game?
Well, we knew that when we started to go out and build this, there were a couple of problems we had to solve. Number one, Mojang isn't a strategy game developer. It's not something we do. And number two, as Magnus mentioned, a real Minecraft or original Minecraft is called vanilla to us. And for us, vanilla is really important, and the studio focuses mostly on vanilla. So we had to go find a partner, one who knew how to build strategy games, and one who really had a passion for Minecraft. And so we started looking around, and we uncovered Blackbird Interactive.
Okay.
They were known for making the strategy game called Deserts of Karak. And they were a pretty newly formed company at the time, but their experience ran deep with strategy games. And the more we looked at them, the more we realized how passionate they were also about the Minecraft universe. We really thought they could be a great partner for us. And so that's when we started moving forward.
Right.
And when we started to work with them, you said they were already passionate, but they were also eager to learn what's the secret behind making a Minecraft game. So it's been super interesting to work on them, like their creative team, just tossing ideas around. And could it be this? No. Could it be this? Yeah, great idea. And we are just throwing ideas back and forth, what's good for Minecraft and what's not good for Minecraft.
Right.
Yeah.
It must be great to bring new people, new ideas into that kind of Minecraft melting pot. That must be a ton of fun, right?
Oh, so much fun. And actually, the team started very small. Just a few of us kind of getting going. And then once we had a good idea as to how we wanted to progress, it slowly got larger and larger. And then, new people with a lot of new experience came on board. And I remember Magnus, actually. Magnus came on, 2-3 years ago? And when he came on, his experience with open world games completely changed how we wanted to think about Legends. And we were able to take a lot of his experience and apply it to Legends to really create a better experience. And that's the story across the board with lots of the folks from the team as it grew. And I really enjoy it. It's been a great experience.
Wow, Magnus.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah. Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to work with them, and the whole team is fantastic to work with. And as Dennis said, I came aboard a couple of years ago. But I also saw the energy that already existed there. Like everybody was so excited, and it was great for me to learn a new environment and a new type of games. I come a little bit from a different background. Yes, I made open world games, so I can bring that experience. But Minecraft is so different. So it was a lot of super fun learning for me as well, coming to Mojang you know, really get. Of course, I played it almost since day one because, you know, back in the day, Mojang was a studio across the street from me, so like we've known it. I've known it for a long time, but just, you know, getting to know it for real, working with all the creative people, both at Mojang but as well as Blackbird, you know, just that's what I like to do as, you know, in my creative leadership. I kind of like to lead teams, you know, just get them together. But there's so much creativity going on, and you know, get that snowball effect of just talking about ideas and so on. It's so fun.
That's awesome. He even listens to me, the executive producer, every once in a while.
Every now and then.
Every now and then.
What a team. That's amazing. Now, speaking of the team, though, one of the things that fascinates me about this is that Blackbird are in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Magus, you're in Sweden.
Yes.
Dennis, you're in Redmond, near Seattle, right?
Yeah.
So you've got 3 completely different geographical locations. How do you pull all that together?
Well, it's, you know, a lot of work and dedication from the team in general. But that's the thing. We've managed to change our hours when we need to. And, you know, also BBI has been very accommodating when we all need to travel to a location and be on site, work together. We just make it work. But really it comes down to that passion. And working together, let's say it's fun. We really enjoy each other's company. And, you know, what started as just sort of work relationships really has become more friendship. And so you're willing to endure some of that time zone change so that you can, you know, enjoy spending time. I stare at Magnus on his screen so much.
Yeah, you're crazy. You kind of like, I don't know when you go up. It's often before I normally go to bed, so I don't know. But
yeah, but you're up pretty late too, so it's like we just make it work.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, like making games is always a bit of a challenge. Like it's not easy to make these kind of games, but I think it's an all that struggle that you, as Dennis said, you make friends in real life and so on, and just get along together and have a good time. You know, struggles makes people come together in a good way.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you talked about Minecraft Legends as an action strategy game, right? Why did you choose that genre? And, you know, tell us what that means from a gameplay sense.
Well, so what we wanted to make sure that when we choose any games within the Minecraft universe, that you know, they're unique and different. And really, you can look at Legends, for example. We did that
Vocês
where
estão assistindo? Alguém se interessa por esse tipo de jogo?
Experience into the Minecraft
Fala aí, galera.
universe. And so, in doing so, we wanted to make it feel very Minecraft. And that's what we did with the strategy game here with Legends, is we really wanted to make sure that we are authentic to what Minecraft was as we bring it into, you know, a strategy experience into the universe. And, you know, I mean, that's a big piece.
What Danny said, like, in the beginning, it was an idea that, hey, we should have a strategy game within the Minecraft universe, and that would be cool. But another aspect of Minecraft is that we always have a hero character. So the hero character is there, and that's not common in strategy games. You usually control a strategy game by a mouse pointer or something like that.
Right.
So bringing that hero, like
Renato.
letting the
Boa
players
tarde,
feel like they're part of the game
Cara,
world.
é só pergunta que todos nós nos fazemos quase todo dia, cara. Eu não sei, eu imagino que a Rockstar deve ter planos para alguma coisa foda nova, porque faz tempo que eles não lançam alguma coisa assim legal, né? Então eu acredito que sim, cara. Ou GTA, um próximo Red Dead, alguma coisa nesse sentido.
And as a game maker, when you find something you feel, this isn't,
eu preciso jogar.
There's not 10 games like that out there, then you feel like you're something on to something special. So actually it was the thing that brought me really into this project was kind of my first day. 2 of the team members just sat down directly, described the game to me, and I kind of like almost in that day felt like, wow, we have something great here, because I haven't heard anything like this before. And so, and then we just kept rolling with that action strategy idea.
Okay. This might sound like a silly question, but right, action strategy, where do you find the balance, right? Because action is quite immediate, it's quite visceral. Strategy is a little bit more step back, assess the situation. So where's the balance in Legends?
It's hard to balance games always, but I would say it's hard to draw a pie chart of you spend 73% in strategy mode and this percentage in another mode and so on. But it's like I'm surprised how well it actually fits together now, because they go into each other and they complement each other in a really good way. One thing that we wanted to do from the beginning is to make a strategy game that works well on console, right? That's hard with the traditional, it's actually strange to think about it, but the pace of a strategy game is often higher than an action game because you're so quick of scrolling around, maneuvering around with your cursor and so on, click, 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 and you do very, very many actions in a very, very short time in a strategy game normally. So having a hero at the center that can't be there, actually, surprisingly enough, brings down the tempo of a strategy game, which is very well suited to make it play well on consoles by a controller. So just adding those two types. It was
então, não joguei até agora o 5, velho.
Sit there and say, yeah, we thought about that from the beginning.
Ainda, né?
But sometimes you need to be honest and say,
that's
something that we discovered as we prototyped and developed the game.
A wonderful discovery. Yeah, exactly. That's one of the things I find really interesting about this is, you made the point, you're not controlling a cursor, you're actually controlling a character. You have to deliberately traverse the environment and, physically move within the game, right? So how do you handle that within the game design, like actually getting around the world?
Well, it was actually really great because it's easy to navigate as you go about and run through the world. You are on a horse within Minecraft. That's possible in vanilla, but here you're always on your horse. Right. So you're able to navigate all types of terrain quickly, get to where you need to, execute your commands. And then also there's other areas in the game that as you're running through the world, you'll uncover new elements. Like, for example, we have speed wheat, which gives you an instant speed rush, or actually mushrooms within the world, which allows you to jump extra high.
Pô, espero que você
and then you can use those abilities to access
vou manter as lives futuramente só para Twitch e pro YouTube, cara. Seja bem-vindo aí, velho. Hoje eu tô abrindo um horário um pouco diferente, mas de repente serve até de experiência para tentar abrir outros horários também. Normalmente a gente abre live depois das 17. Ah, legal. Pô, legal. Bacana, Renato. Poxa vida.
Yeah, well, for me, I really look not
Galera, o
to
Renato me
external
lembrou uma
games
coisa
to
aqui.
make this reference,
Quem
but
tiver
more internal.
o Prime da Amazon, poder dar uma força
Dungeons,
no canal
Minecraft Dungeons
aqui na Twitch,
taught so much to the art
você pode dar um sub de graça se
how to
você tiver
bring
o Prime,
a new
tá?
game
Aqui na Twitch. Quem puder
is
dar essa
not your
força,
traditional
agradeço.
Minecraft experience,
Se
a dungeon crawler,
puder deixar ali ativado
the players.
permanente,
And,
agradeço mais
I
ainda.
personally
Pra não
think we
precisar
learned
ficar
so
renovando tudo
much
isso.
just
É
from
de
that
graça,
game
não tem
alone that
custo
we're
nenhum.
applying to Legends to make sure that we can bring another game in the right way. I would definitely say that's a great reference.
Yeah. Well, inspiration on the creative side, obviously, as you mentioned, Minecraft in general, all our games, we want to stay true to, creative people are so fluffy and it's hard to tell, but that Minecraft feel, it's hard to describe in another way. Otherwise,
but you know it immediately.
We know it immediately. But other than that, I don't want to point out the special game because, as we have been talking, it's kind of a unique combination. It's not like any other game out there. That's rare. But of course there were a few games like this in the 90s, in the early 2000s. Not very many, but technology now makes it possible to push that even further. We can have more troops and so on. So I can't say there's one game or several games, but just play a lot of games and enjoy them, and you will draw inspiration from so many things. One thing as a creative, I think it's unusual to hear that people, but I like to think about you should draw inspiration from things that you don't think is that good either. So when you play games that you feel like, I'm missing something here, what can I do to make this a better game as well? So it's kind of strange to be inspired by bad things, but that's actually true for myself.
Yeah, that's a super constructive way to be inspired, right? Yeah. It's building on something. Yeah. That's awesome. So when you think about the player you're aiming for, is it more of the sort of classic Minecraft player, or is it more of a classic strategy fan?
Yes, it's all of the above. Yeah, that's one thing, is that we really wanted to create an experience that if you're not a strategy game player, that you can enjoy.
Right.
And if you are a strategy game player, then we'll give you a great experience that you can enjoy as well. And I think that we're really nailing it. Like we're actually, it's coming along. I was not a traditional hardcore strategy game player, but I found myself really, really enjoying what we're creating to the point where I've started experimenting and playing some other games now. And it's kind of broadened my exposure to the genre. And so I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of other players, similar to me.
Right.
Yeah. It has been important to obviously to get as a broad target audience as possible, but I think again with Minecraft it's possible because we are already reaching out reaching so many players and so on. So obviously all the players who knows Minecraft now get a new way of enjoying Minecraft. But at the same time it's super important to remember that even though a lot of players play Minecraft or have played it in the past and so on.
Que na verdade o jogo usa para manipular, para te colocar em situações cada vez mais complicadas.
To enjoy this game, you can come in, and this game will help you to understand what the Minecraft universe is and bring you into the wonderful thing we have going on there.
Excellent. I want to talk more about the hero. We touched on the hero earlier.
Yeah.
I just find it really fascinating. Like, how did you center the experience and this idea of action strategy around that hero character?
The hero coming into the world and that element of exploring, I mean, it's very Minecraft.
Eu falei!
So
Parece o Humberto, como é que ele chama?
Just something that we wanted to make sure we did. And
eu olhei
I don't know,
cara,
Magnus, you could probably touch on a little bit.
As you say, the hero is important, but it's kind of like because it's important in all our games. That's the center. We want that to be a extension of a player almost, right? So the kind of like there is a story told about hero coming into this legend and so on, but the game structure is relatively open, so you can play it however you want, in the order you want to, and so on. And we'll push on the story depending on what actions you take with your hero. So you move through the story in the campaign, but at the same time, as we want that to be the core of the game, it's not in gameplay everything. It's so much more about that you are a character coming to this world and uniting everybody who is here against the threat that the piglins are. So you need to come here to make a lot of friends, and they will, together with you, help you to defeat the piglins. So it's not about getting stronger or you're not getting a new arm or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's more or less make friends, play around with them, have a good time, and defeat the piglins together.
It's a great message, though, isn't it? It's like it's almost like you're building connections, you're building alliances, you're uniting people against a common enemy.
I didn't think about this, but I said before, like it's kind of like game dev. I said like struggles makes you come together and you're able to overcome obstacles, and that's kind of what you do in the game as well as the hero. There is a struggle. The piglins are attacking. We need to defend, so everybody comes together. And then we defeat the piglins.
I love that. And it's with your team as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You're bringing this team together from lots of different places.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very cool. All right, it's time to talk piglins.
Ah, yes.
We want to talk piglins. I mean, what's their deal? And why did you choose them as the bad guys?
What's up with them?
What's up with the piglins? Piglins exist in vanilla, and they were great for us to bring them out into Legends and expand on them. And so there's sort of different versions of what piglins exist in Legends compared to what they are in vanilla. But they're these horrible, mean, kind of ugly, cute characters that look like they really stink, but it's just they sort of invade and they're just causing nothing but problems. And here they are in the overworld, destroying it, and that's where you, the hero, comes to play to try to unite that overworld and take them back. And that's definitely a big piece.
Yeah, as you said, they are ugly cute, right?
Yeah.
So they're so charming, and we felt that from the beginning. Like of all the mobs that we have, we like all our mobs in the Minecraft universe, but the pigling had such a potential to be kind of like the bad guys in the game, where it was easy to see, wow, we can make this version of a piglin, we can that so we have expanded the range of piglins in many different ways. As you saw the trailer,
Tá
many new types of piglins within the game and so on. So it's pretty cool.
So tell me about some of those different types of piglins. I want to know what we're coming up against.
Well, there's one of them we just debuted here in the trailer that you just saw. It is called the Pigmadillo, and yeah, it's the one that comes out of the portal and then kind of hunches up into like a cube and rolls at you. Very difficult to defeat, and one of the more fun ones. Another one is the Bruiser. It's another one you've seen in the trailer. It comes out and has like two kind of razor blades on its arms and does, some really wicked moves as it comes and attacks you. But yeah, that's a very fun one too. There's lots of different types of piglins.
Yeah, we have expanded in so many ways. So that's a couple of like detailed units. Another thing that we have done is to kind of like build up almost like a society. Like we have different hordes, as we say. Here at gamescom, so we have been presenting a horde of the Bastion, and so the different hordes differentiate both in look, but primarily in the game how they play, how you play against them, and so on. So you need to think about how you engage in combat with the different hordes in different ways. So they look and feel different, and it's just fun to engage with them.
Right. So what kind of units do you, as the hero player, then bring to bear against the piglins?
Well, I mean, for example, Magnus referenced how the Horde of the Bastion has a lot of structures. So one of the units you're going to want to use on your side is one called the Cobblestone Golem. That's very good against structures. So you can take the Cobblestone Golems and attack and get a lot more results, a lot better results. Another one is the Plank Golem. You saw a horrible demise of a Plank Golem in the trailer, actually. But that's one of the ranged units. And that's very, very good as you attack to use those in tandem. I don't know, any others you can think of?
Well, I'm thinking more about the way that you need to engage with them, because as I said, the hordes are playing differently. The Horde of the Bastion, for example, it's almost hear it at the name, right? They like to build forts, they entrench themselves and so on. So you need to like grind your way into their bases and portals
Miserável!
While others are more open and so on. So how you think about your unit composition, which friends you bring with you in each fight and also the way you lead them. Like you can lead your friends into battle in so many different ways.
Yeah, I love exploring the bases. Yeah, like get to the high ground, look at the base, and evaluate what is the best way I want to attack this base. And then use the tools, your units, as you see fit to go and do the best results possible.
Yeah, it's good variation. So a lot of gameplay variation, a lot of different units. We will show more as we go along and up until launch of the game. So
it's great. As you're talking through there, it feels like, yes, you're taking the genre in a new direction, but it's also giving you a new direction to talk about the lore of Minecraft world and the mobs that we already know and maybe love, and finding out more about them. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's like part of that Minecraft feel I'm talking about. You could call that for lore, but we want to have a little bit of a mystery going on around what's going on in Minecraft and so on. And that's how we work with it. So we are kind of like doing things in the different games where you can find hints of what's going on in another game. And especially our community, they are so good at kind of like trying to figure out what we want them to figure out and so on. So we bring some secret messages and they try to decipher them all the time. And it's like,
I want to be clear, when we announced the game, I mentioned that Jens had his shirt on, which was a hint as to what Badger became today. None of us
Filha da
are wearing
puta!
any sort of hints about future games.
Corna!
You know.
I've been very closely examining my t-shirt here, trying to figure out. Take a freeze frame of that, everyone.
Yeah.
or don't. Yeah. All right, amazing. Magnus, Dennis, thank you so much for your time. It's been great just to talk about Minecraft Legends. When can we see more? When can we hear more?
Well, you can learn more by following us all our social channels, Twitter, so on. You can also at Minecraft.net follow up on a newsletter, so you will get that.
Eu já até saquei
aqui.
Minecraft Live.
All right, Minecraft Live.
Yeah, later this year we will have Minecraft Live.
Great, can't wait.
We'll come there and tell quite a bit more about the game. So.
Okay, more secrets to reveal.
More secrets to reveal.
Fantastic. Hey, brilliant seeing you both. Welcome back to Gamescom.
O
It's been an absolute pleasure.
O Gumbinha lá no meio, né?
Thank you. Thank you. All right, before we close out the show with learning everything you want to know about Age of Empires, Maxie
Nosso
and I had a
amado
bit of fun
Gumbinha.
walking around the booth earlier today. So let's take a look.
It's so exciting to have a physical booth back. Graham, how do you feel?
I love it. It's so good to be back. We're 3 years away, but it's amazing. We're here. We're back at Gamescom. And the best thing is, community's all getting back together again. We're playing some games. It's great.
And we want to show you that booth. So let's start here. What do we have right here?
Well, yeah, I mean, lots have changed in the last 3 years, but Sea of Thieves is still here. Season 7 just released. So much good new stuff in there. And of course, you can play it on the show floor here at our booth. But there's more as well, right?
There is more, and we're going to check it out right now.
Let's take a look. You can't be a proper pirate without some pirate ink. So welcome to the Sea of Thieves Tattoo Studio here. Oliver, how you doing, mate? Tell us what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty fine. Basically, we're doing airbrush tattoos, so you can choose any of the game designs, achievements, thingies, and have them spray painted onto your arms, heads, legs, wherever, shirts.
Keep up the good work. And Maxie, I think you got one done earlier, right?
Finally, I can brag off. It's amazing. It has glitter on it. I really recommend glitter. I don't think it's going to get any better than this, but let's check out the other stuff.
Yeah, let's do it, Maxie.
This is really amazing if you want to have a memory to take to your home. You
vou
can do
deixar essa na tela do
photos,
jogo
photo
aí, galera.
opportunities, you can do a short video, and this one is a Sea of Thieves version.
Absolutely. So we better give it a go, right?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
So this is a trigger warning. If you have arachnophobia, close your eyes right now.
Absolutely. There's no danger dumplings here, folks. Say hello to the grounded brood mother. These guys don't look too scared, do they?
Oh, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. So Grounded 1.0 is going to come out in full campaign mode with the first boss encounter, the brood mother, on the 27th of September.
On Xbox Game Pass, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh my God, it just touched me.
Graham!
Come on, let's get out of here.
Let's go.
I like it. Now, one of the most exciting games on the booth, especially for the German crowd, is Pentiment, right, Maxie?
Yeah, especially for me because the region is set in Bavaria, and Bavaria is my home state. I live in Munich, and it's Obsidian medieval narrative game, and you play Andreas Mahler over a 25-year lifespan and just solve mysteries.
Great. But listen, there's even more to play. Let's take a look. You see? Told you there was more to play.
It is. I see you suck at parking, like your Frontier, Planet of Lana, Incolinati. Amazing.
It's great, isn't it? And in the 18-plus area over the back, we've got a Plague Tale Requiem, we've got Benedict Fox, and then, of course, the game that everyone's talking about, Lies of P, and that's coming day one to Game Pass, right?
But that's not it. We even got more to play, so if you're here, super excited, and let's go on with the stream.
It's great to be back, everyone. We'll see you soon.
Mais embromation. Pô, galera, sério, ó, tem algumas coisas poucas legais ali, mas sério, esse formato de evento, na minha opinião, minha humilde opinião, é uma tremenda de uma bosta. Bosta, assim, da mais fedorenta. Mete lá o que interessa, mostra os trailers, mostra o gameplay, aí deixa toda a encheção de linguiça pra quem quer assistir isso aí, pô. Bagulho chato da porra. Também confesso que não curto muito essa... Ué. Ué. Pra onde que eu vou ali? Olha o jogo me enganando, cara. Altas tretas? As tretas de Hong Kong. Deu logo as facas guincho aqui para já eliminar. Nossa, que ódio. Chega uma hora que você começa a desanimar com o jogo, cara. O jogo ele usa o aleatorismo pra te fuder, velho. Só vem arma merda, cara. Que desgosto. Que desgosto. Tem uma arma boa, cara. Impressionante. Mas a minha... Excelente. O Gumbinha. Ai, ai, que merda, hein, Emerson?
There's more than one way to win a battle, and every empire must find their own path to victory. Whether you strike from afar or ambush up close, the Malians will use wit and strategy to outmaneuver their opponents and gain the advantage on the battlefield.
Que é isso aí?
With powerful siege tools and the ability to rally large formations, the Ottomans can keep the pressure on to bring down their enemies' defenses. When the drums of war beat, how will you emerge victorious? History is in the making, and your place in it has just begun.
É. Os outros manos.
I swear I could watch that trailer 3 more times at least, but alas, we are coming to the end of the show today, so we wanted to make sure we go out with a proper bang, or in our next guest case, an ancient battle. And what better way to do that than to talk Ancient Conquest with Bert Beekman, studio head from Forgotten Empires. Hello and welcome, Bert.
Hey Charlie, good to be back at Gamescom after all these years with Age of Empires.
Absolutely,
Ainda
yeah.
bem
And
que eu
I don't
gastei
tell you
meu
what,
tempo
before we dive into
jogando
anything, I do want to ask you how good it feels to be back with the German fans, because I
Acabou
know
o
how
show?
much Age really
Ainda
resonates
bem.
with them.
It's amazing.
outro dia.
There's such a massive fan base here in Germany, like just walking around all the halls with your Age of Empires shirt.
Yeah.
People are just stopping you like, wait, Age, where can I play Age? Where can I find Age?
Yeah.
And they have stories to tell as well. Like, hey, I played this for years. I played it as a kid.
Yeah.
I'm still playing it. It's amazing.
It's such an amazing franchise, and I have got to say, we did do Xbox Fan Fest last night, and I was over in the corner playing it for 90 minutes instead of talking to anyone. and I don't regret a second. It feels at home when I'm playing Age, you know? It's just so lovely and warm.
A perfect good use of your time, yes.
Yeah, that's what I think. Right,
Exactly.
okay, let's dive into it and start talking about it from there. So in the trailer we just saw, we saw that there are 2 new civilizations on the way joining Age of Empires 4, and they are the Ottomans and the Malians. So we're going to talk about both of them, but I want to kick things off with the Ottomans. So what have you got to tell us about them?
Loads. So let's start with the history, because in the end, everything in Age of Empires
Saiyajin reverso. As bananas ao
so we're
contrário.
looking at the Ottoman Empire, what was all happening in Anatolia in the Middle Ages. If you think about that, it was an empire that lasted a very long time. It was very based on military, very militaristic, very organized, a lot of military science going on, very regimented army that really controlled a massive area in the Middle East for a very, very long time. And then the question was, how do we turn that into a game?
Quem vê cara não vê coração, né?
And it was really like,
Imagina o cara que me
we have all this
encontra
military piece.
na academia
That sounds
treinando
like something we can translate.
e eu falo que eu sou player.
Dive straight into the gameplay.
Que eu jogo.
So, for example, the Ottomans, they
Você
have the
joga?
military
Você joga o
school.
quê, cara?
It's a brand new building. They can build it in the Dark Age.
Arremesso de barril.
Straight from the beginning.
Straight from the beginning.
Okay, I don't know what this building does yet, but that sounds like a game changer that it's immediate. Okay.
It's actually a game changer. Absolutely, absolutely. So you build a military school, and it automatically trains a unit that you select. Like you have all toggles for all the units in the Ottoman roster.
Wow.
And you can select which one you want to create for free.
I feel like there's a but coming, though, right?
There is a but coming. There is a but coming.
Yes.
The training goes very, very slowly.
Okay, but I suppose the sacrifice of a slow training is free armies.
You still get a free army. You still get a free army.
Especially for those folks who want to go for combat victories, if you're not draining your resources, you can just build this, this massive empire of meanies to go beat everyone up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's, and that's also kind of how the Ottomans play out.
Okay.
Like, you jump into the game as the Ottomans, and it's really all about the military and the military conquest and winning through very military means. That's how you win as the Ottomans.
Yes.
What's also nice about the Ottomans is, like, the first time I played it, like a pretty advanced version already, it's like you feel straight at home. Like you have played other Age of Empires 4 civilizations, and they're all quite different from each other.
Yeah.
But you get the hang of it quite quickly.
Yeah.
So it really resembles the rest. You feel at home, and
So there's not a steep learning curve on it?
Not too much, no.
Oh,
not too
okay.
much. So
can you tell us any more about any of the military units or any of the buildings that come with the Ottomans?
So we had the military school, right? And they can train all the units, and they have quite a few unique units as well. First they have the Janissary, a bit of a fan favorite. Like the Janissary was in Age of Empires 2, was in Age of Empires 3. It was always like the way that the Ottomans got their gunpowder earlier than any other civilization in the game.
Tactical advantage, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
And it's the same here in Age of Empires 4, so we're continuing this tradition.
Yep.
They can build a Janissary. It's a hand cannoneer that they create in the Castle Age, so before anyone else. So yeah, you can rush to your guns.
Yeah, they really do. They definitely have that combat edge, right?
Oh yes, they do.
Amazing. So what I want to know though is if I was to go over that booth over there, or when I play it when it comes out, what's the strategy behind them? Is it literally just to build an empire constantly, or is there a pace to it? Like, how would you recommend fans approach it?
There's one completely novel thing that the Ottomans have, and it's the Imperial Council.
Oh, okay.
And that will play a big part into your strategies and how you kind of play the Ottoman civilization. The Imperial Council is kind of, as you build your empire, no matter how, like researching technologies, going to the next age, training units, you kind of gain experience, I say experience points. You get viziers that look at your empire and say, like, this has my approval. I shall grant my services to you.
Yeah.
And those viziers can then say, okay, I'm going to give you tactical advantages. Like, hey, I'm going to make sure that you can conscript some janissaries from the town centers, and you can use those to your advantage in your next attack.
Oh, okay.
So it's really like you have to pick, like, do I go for something more military, go something more economical, something more building up?
Yeah.
A lot of options there.
And I know you guys like to do something a bit zany, so is there anything a bit different about the Ottomans? Any other characters we want to talk about?
There is definitely one unit that is a bit different.
Empire, Civilization.
I thought you were going to say, well, I think you are.
Amo isso aí, velho. Não é pra mim, não é jogo que eu jogo não, cara.
Apologies for my Turkish accent there, but it is
Mas eu sei que é bem viciante. Quando começa a jogar, o cara passa anos jogando isso aí.
So it's a drummer cavalry, and depending on the beats he's drumming, he kind of has an aura around him to improve nearby units.
Okay, so if he's doing like metal music or drum and bass, everyone's getting a different vibe and going for it, yeah?
Yes, exactly. Like, I don't know, with rock music you go faster, with metal music you get a bit angry, I'm not sure.
I think so, it'd be like an attack buff, wouldn't it? If you put like some Slipknot drums on or something like that.
There we go. Very angry Janissaries next to you, but yes.
Very, very good. Okay, wonderful. So we're going to jump from them now to the Malians. Do they have any little drummer boys? But if not, what do they have going for them?
They have a lot, but a lot going for them.
Okay.
I kind of want to start in the history again. So
100%. We said this is a game about history. Let's always start there.
Yes. So when we look at the Malians, the Malian Empire actually was a massive empire in Western Africa. The most famous Malian ever was Mansa Musa. And the reason he was so famous is because he was the richest man to ever have lived in the history of humanity.
Oh wow, what, up until like even now or just?
Up till now.
Oh,
up till now.
Can I just say, this is literally better than going to school. I learned so much about history playing this game, it's absurd.
There are stories about him that he went to, he liked to travel. Like he liked to trade with his trade caravan through the deserts and visit towns. And he was known for going to those towns.
Ô, bicho desgraçado!
So much gold, because he had so much gold, that he completely crashed the economy of any village.
Puta que pariu, mano, que bicho chato!
That's Mansa Musa. Anyways, it's a nice background to have, because we're talking about all this gold, and the Malians are all about gold. When you build up your empire as the Malians, you have this special building called the Golden Pit, and you can build it on a gold mine. And it then automatically extracts gold from the gold mine.
Automatically?
Yes. You don't need villagers. And it also doesn't subtract gold from the gold mine. So technically, it's infinite gold.
An infinite gold hack?
It is. Yes.
But it's not a hack, it's actually you've just put it in the game.
It's not a bug, it's
a
feature.
So,
famous words, yes.
That's huge though, especially for some of the late game builds where gold comes into play really heavily, or if you're in a
jogo
map
assim,
that's
realmente para geração
with enemies and you can't
atual,
get
eu não
to the
vejo
next gold
nenhum
mine,
assim, que realmente usufrua do potencial do hardware.
There is a catch,
Mas cara, tá vendo pelo lado gráfico, né? Beleza visual. Mas o desempenho conta muito, velho. Você jogar um jogo, você vai fazer um fast travel, vai fazer relógio. E aí demora 1 minuto para carregar, cara. No lugar onde você tem que matar um boss, por exemplo, em trocentas tentativas. Aí você faz isso no Play 5, no Series X. Prazer de jogar é outro, hein? O jogo no meio do gameplay dando drop de frame ali. Aí você vai ver uma plataforma nova lisinha, 30, 60 cravado. É, cara. Olha, compensar, compensa sim. Compensa bastante. Tem um outro prazer de jogar. Outro desempenho. Agora, jogo para a geração atual, desde até agora, acho que não posso contar praticamente nenhum. Meu upload tá dropando, cara. Nossa, não sei o que tá acontecendo.
Everything else is different. For example, they have a spearman that is actually Donzo is their name. It's a unique spearman. It's different because he has 2 spears. Now,
I like them already.
You like them already, but there's more to it. It's not just like he's fighting with 2 spears, but he takes his first spear.
Caiu a live para vocês aí, galera.
And then he can fight the rest of the battle.
And there's no animation for him to go pick it up or anything.
Unfortunately not. It will be brilliant. I'd love to see that, but...
Caiu a live para vocês, não, né?
Oh God, no, let me go get it again.
Or if he misses it, like, oh, come on.
That's brilliant. Okay, I like the sound of that. Do we have time to talk about buildings, though? You've got to give me something on buildings at least.
I want to give one more unit and one more building, because they're actually very interesting. We have the Musofadi. Musofadi is it's kind of a hunter unit.
Okay.
And her special ability is that she can go into stealth mode.
Oh, interesting. All right.
So it's kind of this man-at-arm unit that can go into stealth mode, sneak around the map, everywhere, and then just like surprise attack.
Are we talking like Fog of War stealth, or when they're in forest units it's stealth, or?
So yeah, Age of Empires 4 indeed has a stealth forest, but this unit, she can go into stealth anywhere on the map.
Anywhere,
yes.
Okay.
As soon as she attacks, of course, she reveals herself. So
well, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like ghosts poking you or anything.
You're not fighting ghosts.
No. Then they reveal themselves.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of the story behind the hunter woman. Actually, Musofadi is Malian for power woman. So we have a very cool tidbit. Yeah, there we go.
Yes.
Deu um drop aqui.
Derrubou
até a conexão do jogo.
They're hunters. That's kind of their background. And you can also, one of the landmarks that you can build is the Hunter Fortress. And every infantry unit that is kind of around this fortress also goes into stealth mode. So
I don't even know what to say about that. Is that something that you found in your historical textbooks? Is that people would disappear around it? What was the logic behind adding that?
The story is kind of like they were hunters. If you want to hunt and you want to hunt your prey, you of
cara,
course need to be sneaky, you need to be stealthy. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the story behind that. It's very interesting to play with.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. I'm thinking about, this is me imagining me playing the game now. If you were to go and attack that base, you'd see this stealth fortress and you would have no idea what was waiting for you.
Absolutely
you have to
no
test
idea.
the limits of how many people you could hide in that radius.
Tô pensando em tirar essa tela daí logo de uma vez aí.
Amazing. So we spoke a little bit. Well, actually, I'd say we spoke quite a lot about the Malians and Ottomans. Sounds like there's more to come. But they're new to Age of Empires. But the list is pretty long of how many civilizations there are now, right?
Yes, we're now with 10 civilizations.
Yep.
So we had 8 civilizations that launched last year. We had the English, the French, the Mongols, Chinese, many more in Europe and Asia. And now we're expanding to Africa with the Malians and the Middle East with the Ottomans.
You're probably going to say these two instead of the new ones, but I'm curious, do you have any personal favorites or any civilizations you think you've played the most?
I mean, I really, really loved playtesting the Malians.
Okay.
And because there's one more that I really, really loved about playing them. I built this whole empire, right? With all my trade routes, my gold mines, my little mining towns.
Yeah.
And at the end of the game...
Oh, foda que assim, se tivesse coisa interessante pra ver...
A win is a win, my
friend. Cai de nós, né? Cai de nós.
I looked at my empire at the end of the game and I was like, this looks good. This actually looks like a big Malian empire. And it felt so good that you've built something.
Yeah.
You destroyed something, of course.
Yeah.
But it's like the victory felt even better.
Yeah, I think aesthetic goes a very long way.
It goes
I
so
would love
far.
for you to start grading us on the aesthetic. I'm very purposeful when I build about where I put everything. So I'm like, a normal village wouldn't have a house here. I've got to do my little housing area and a little suburb and whatnot. So
exactly.
I'm totally with you on that one. But I totally agree. The way that you can just build and create very realistic, authentic villages is incredible. I do want to touch a little bit, though, on the fact that it has been 10 months since Age of Empires 4 came out. How much has the game evolved since then?
Relic and all their dev partners have been incredibly busy. So there have been many updates, many patches in many various ways.
Posso finalizar essa
new features
porcaria, galera?
We've had color pickers,
Cai de nós, hein?
more remappable hotkeys. We've had loads of balance changes. We had new maps, new zoom levels. Yeah, loads.
The list just goes on and
Não
on
sei
and
se vai
on.
falar
And
de
I'm
mais
going to take
alguma
us
coisa,
back in
passar
time now, if
trailer.
there's anyone out here who
Vou
didn't
deixar.
know. The Age of Empires was first released in 1997.
Yes.
And I'm
Duvido,
curious
vai
how
ficar essa
the
falação
developers
aí.
keep building on a franchise to keep it new and fresh when the focus is on history. It's just so incredible.
There's just so much
Esse é um
world
evento
history
bem
and
bananation.
anything goes in Age of Empires. Like if it happens, we can probably put it in the game in some way.
Yeah.
And if we're just looking at the last 12 months, we've had the release of Age of Empires 4.
Yeah.
We've had 2 expansions, 2 DLCs for Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, and 2 DLCs for Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition.
Wow.
So it's...
And the fact you've got definitive editions as well. People want so much age.
People want so much age.
Give me age.
There's more and more age to come. So we've got that squared away. And it's also thinking about, the franchise has been going on since 1997.
Yeah, 25-year anniversary, right?
Exactly. But
yeah.
The fact that, this is, if anything, the best time to join Age of Empires, because there's just so much going on. So even if you're like, hey, 25 years, I've never tried it, try it now.
And I will say it's a very wholesome game with a community that's deeply devoted and beloved the game so much. And I wanted to ask what it's like to work on a franchise that is not only positive. We've seen so many games just on the show today that everyone loves and is really positive. But you're with someone that's been positive for 25 years and people love it. What's that like?
I mean, it's amazing. Like, just looking at my own personal history, I've been...
Ok. Ok. Pronto. Deixa eu ver que tem uma... Os alertas da Trovo. Pronto. Puta que pariu, cara. Ventinho merda. Isso é louco. Muito ruim, né? Colado pra caraca. Preciso nem falar que provavelmente não vai ter live hoje à noite, né? Ele me enrolou, dormi nem 4 horas para poder assistir isso aí. Eu vou ter que eu vou treinar ainda hoje, ter que dormir um pouco antes. Esses eventos com muita conversa, cara, é uma merda isso aí. Eu não sei porque as empresas insistem em ficar fazendo essas porra de evento, cara. Faz o evento lá separado com isso aí, com entrevista e podcast pra quem quiser ver. E bota as novidades do trailer pra quem quiser assistir isso aí, tá bom, cara. Fica muito merda isso aí, cara. Nada, cara, eu dormi nem 4 horas, fião. Dormi 3 horas e pouco. Aí eu vou pra academia fazer aquele treino mega pesado como? Quer ver eu lesar e depois ficar internado? Você tá louco? Bateu a cabeça? Eu vou dormir, depois eu vou treinar, volto, vou assistir um filme, alguma coisa, você é louco. Bom, dinheiro eu tenho, tô rica. Vou pegar o bonequito. Você fala que você é um ocioso, gordo, maldito, que não faz porra nenhuma. Só joga, come e dorme. E trampa sentado. Aí é fácil. Eu quero ver, sei lá, fazer o treino que eu faço, depois ficar... quero ver. Vai lá. Seu come e dorme. Come, dorme e caga. Ai, ai. Sedentário pra caraca. Você não se mexe não, viu? Você que não se mexe não, vai se cuidar não, viu? Você acha que a vida não vai cobrar o seu dia? Você vai ficar eternamente aí com 30 e poucos anos, que o tempo não vai te cobrar. Vai, fica aí. Vai pagando de ociosão aí. Puta, mano, que agora fodeu, hein? Nossa, cara. Cobra, hein? O treino que você faz é direto pro hospital. Pois é, cara. Pô, vou pra academia, os meus treinos são, assim... Não é... Até pro, cara, pra acompanhar os treinos que eu faço, fala, mano... Treinar com o Max, você tem que estar animado, cara. Tem que estar animado, porque eu literalmente oblitero a porra toda, mano. Vou pra academia, eu não brinco de serviço, não. Treino é pra suar sangue. Aí você vai sem dormir, mal alimentado... Você vai lesar, você vai se fuder e vai besteira. Dorme, descansa, levanta, vai e faz seu treino. Aí depois faz outras coisas. De saúde em primeiro lugar. Vai até o banheiro, até a cozinha. É sério, no Cubaca, você vai ver só. Eu logo faço 50 anos, ó. A estirpe. Meu irmão, 50 anos, cara. Logo, ó. Olha que beleza. 50 anos, tio. Porra. Olha só. 50 anos. Pô. Você é louco. Você que não se cuida não, que você vai ver só. Já sabe, pessoal. Full Max jogou praga. É sério, tem que se cuidar, pô. Comer melhor, praticar um esporte. Não gosta de musculação? Vai andar de bike. Pega uma piscina, vai nadar, cara. Faz alguma coisa por você, pô. Fica aí só sem se mexer. Tô falando sério. Acho que é brincadeira. Tempo cobra, fião. Ô, louco. Né? Tempo cobra. Tiozão aqui, falar pra você, hein? Rapaziada marombeira pro. Os caras de 25, 30 anos pra acompanhar o tiozão aqui tem que estar sangue no olho, velho. Não é qualquer um, não. Falo com orgulho. Ô! Eu, né? Eu, né? Eu. Diz o Milão aí que panela velha que faz comida boa. Se bem que até eu duvido disso, mas enfim. Nem eu acredito nessa merda, vai tá valendo, vai. Pra massagear o ego tá valendo. Ixi, mano. Não vai prestar isso aqui não. Ai, cara. Isso aqui que é uma coisa que podia poupar, né, cara? Fazer o cara passar por todo esse labirinto. Não adianta, você vai tomar um relinho. Recuperou um pouquinho. Bosta. Já pensou, meu irmão? Os caras, todo mundo, a galera vai pra academia, vai pra treinar, só pra ficar com o bracinho inchado, com as meninas com a bundinha na nuca. Mas o cara não pensa, pô, peraí, cara. Molecão hoje, legal, né? Testosterona tá lá em cima. Mas aí, quando eu chegar, tipo, no 50, 60, 70 anos, como é que eu vou querer estar? Pensei, vovozinho com andador, mano? Se arrastando? Não, cara. Não, velho. 70 anos, shape em dia, treinando, bike, nadando ali e tal. Porra, vida saudável, né? Praticando exercício. 70 anos na vibe do mestre Kami. Totalmente. Puta que pariu, mano. Chato pra diabo, viu? Puta que pariu, cara. Esse jogo, meu irmão. Vamos testar, vai. Ele tem velocidade de projétil mais alta, ele tem um dano menor. Ah, isso aqui eu não tenho nem o que pensar. Deixa eu ver. Não, não é isso não. Lá em cima lá, ó. $39? Parabéns, Jota. Feliz aniversário, cara. Poxa vida. 39 anos? Esse bicho é chato pra diabo, meu irmão. E ainda vem dois ainda. O jogo é foda, viu? Kenga. Tirou uma vida minha. Ia guardar essa vida pro chefe, já me fudi ali. Que bosta. Vamos ver a arma que o outro deixou, né? Tá embaixo? Tá embaixo. Ai, que... Nossa. Ah, mano, que merda é essa? Fora, ô fedido. Onde você veio, ô carniça? Foda que uma arma dessa daqui, ela me expõe demais, cara. Não dá pra confiar em arma de proximidade nesse jogo. Nem com dano mais alto, velho. Olha que merda, cara. O jogo... Foda. O jogo literalmente ele apela, mas ele apela assim de um jeito, meu irmão. Ó, tô pensando, hein. Tá caro pra caramba, cara. Não é só Play, não. Tudo caro. Ô, Adriano. Tá tudo caro, velho. Se fosse só o Play... Tá tudo caro, cara. Tudo. Tem nada que você fala assim, ó, tem alguma coisa que tá passando... Não, cara. Tá tudo o roubo de caro. Ué, tá falando que tem um baú. Ué? Pô, tem um baú lá embaixo e como é que eu faço pra chegar nele? Ué, cara, que doideira é essa? Onde que tá esse baú? Pô, sério que eu não... Mano... Ah, vai se fuder, ô jogo filha da puta. Tá, gastar o bagulho pra pegar um baú por uma merda dessa, cara. Ai, que ódio, mano. Puta, o jogo sacaneia demais, irmão. Se não fosse isso, o jogo era bem mais divertido. Ele sacaneia muito. Puta merda. Faz você gastar um puta de um tempo ali pra te mandar uma resource ultra mega bosta, cara. Muito ruim isso, cara. Foge do controle, você não... Depende muito de sorte. E eu não consegui achar a sala para salvar pro chefe, hein? O ideal seria achar a sala de save. Eu não tô achando. Puta, isso é foda. Ai, que filha da mãe. Será que eu passei por ela? Assim, deixa eu achar um teleporte. Aí eu verifico isso. Preciso achar. Tá isso, cara. Tem algumas portas ali que eu não abri. Que inclusive... Deixa eu dar uma olhada se tem alguma que eu posso... Tem uma porta atrás que eu não abri, ó. Vou testar. É foda, cara. O jogo é programado para agir dessa forma. Ele manda item que você não precisa, o que precisa ele esconde. Ah, isso aí, esse aleatorismo aí, aleatorismo manipulado, dá uma... Ah, mano, isso é muito zoado. Filha da puta. Ah, bicho chato do inferno. Ai, troca, vai. Essa arma tá muito bosta, velho. A pistolinha tá um lixo. Deixa eu ver o que dá pra fazer aqui agora. Não. Não vem um life, cara. Não vem. Usa. Ótimo. Ok. Daqui ele me dá opções para direita, para esquerda. Para esquerda eu já fui. Para direita eu não explorei ainda. Eu preciso achar aquela maldita sala que tem um... Cara, como que eu vou ali? Por onde que eu vou ali, cara? Tem algum lugar que eu consiga ir ali, velho? Essa arma ela não persegue. Esse tiro pode ser um problema. Ele é forte, mas você tem que realmente ir ali atirar e torcer pra pegar no alvo, velho. Senão... Bosta. Abaixo ainda. Ai, ai. O problema é que aqui tem um... Eu só preciso achar a sala de save, porque se eu morrer, eu volto no save, aí eu tenho uma segunda chance para passar o boss. Pô, chegar aqui, subir ali no seco lá, no maior perigo de você morrer e voltar a porra toda, não anima, cara. Não anima. Aquele lado de lá eu não faço a menor ideia como é que eu faço pra ir ali, ó. Eu não faço a menor ideia, cara. Tem umas plataformas embaixo, sei lá? Não tô ficando louco. Ah, e é por baixo da... Eu acho que é por baixo da água, cara. Puta que merda. É por baixo da água mesmo, ó. Eu não tenho como acessar ali porque eu não tenho habilidade de me movimentar embaixo da água ainda. Agora que eu vi. Putz. Tem um baú aqui. No cantinho aqui. Ah, eu não vou gastar com esses baús não, velho. Você gasta com essas merdas aí. Deixa eu ver uma coisa. Aonde que eu vejo a quantidade que eu tenho de... Tem 16 éter. Eu preciso de 6 para salvar? Então dá sim. Deixa eu ver quantos precisa para purificar. Vamos purificar. É, nesse caso aqui é o life. Não tem nem o que falar. Achei. Puta que pariu. Salva, BATE, salva. Dan, dan, dan. Será que finalmente eu consigo... Essa arma aqui, ela não tá com dando essas coisas, cara. Agora vai. Tô com um poder razoavelmente legal. Um frasco de life. Life em tamanho razoável. Uma arma marromeno. Eu não sei o que o chefe faz, cara. Isso é foda.
Me pedir.
Pior arma pra matar o chefe. Pior arma pra matar o chefe. Arma que dá dano de perto. Uma bosta, mano. Já era. Essa arma é horrível pra passar esse chefe, horrível. Arma horrível, nojenta. Preciso mudar essa arma, cara. Ai, ai. Essa arma tá dando muito pouco dano. Você atira, 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 atira. Demora a carregar. Ô, arminha nojenta. Nojenta, velho. Arminha nojenta. Deixa eu ver se eu acho uma arma aqui de distância melhor, porque você é louco, que arma merda. Não, 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 só louca. Pior arma que podia escolher para tentar passar o chefe. Ah, que legal.
Já avisei que vai dar merda isso.
Boa. Acho melhor. Acho melhor. Vou dar esse tiro broxa aqui do caramba. Tá, ficar pulando, Gans? Tá. Vai dar merda. Vai dar merda, certeza. Se vai. Não dá pra salvar de novo, né? Só salva uma vez. Vamos ver se agora o dano aumenta um pouco mais ou se era só ilusão. Ah, não. Tá comendo life nenhum, cara? Por que não tá comendo life, mano? Já era. As armas muito bosta, cara. As armas muito merda, cara. Nossa. Tem que chegar ali com a arma do Satã pra matar esse bicho. Isso é louco. Ah, cansei. Pô, cara, isso aqui, sério, um jogo é legal, tudo, mas... Se pelo menos já começasse ali no terceiro mundo, você dando aquela, né? Beleza. Mas começar desse jeito aqui, ter que percorrer todo o trajeto pra chegar lá. E, mano, depender do oscilável, que você percebe que o jogo ele manipula pra te sacanear, sabe? Quando tem que mandar uma coisa que você precisa não manda. Aí você acaba de morrer, ele manda aquilo 500 vezes em seguida. Ah, mano, sei lá. Eu gosto de jogo roguelike, roguelite, mas esse aqui tá com uma cadência de desenvolvimento extremamente arrastada. Tá cansativo, assim, sabe? Os caras poderiam ter dinamizado um pouco mais o gameplay, tá bem arrastado. Até eu que gosto, tô achando... Forçou, sabe? Acho que pra dar mais durabilidade pro jogo... Olha, eu volto a porra toda, cara. Nossa. Anima. Não anima. Ah, é, não, eu tô jogando já faz uma semana e meia, mas é que assim... Não, chegar lá e tentar, beleza. Sabe o que cansa? Não é morrer. É ficar fazendo isso aqui, ó. Ó, primeiro mundo, aí sai, aí tem que achar o portal, Aí se acha o portal, aí tem que andar pra caralho, sabe? Essa parte que é meio sem sentido, vazia. Isso aqui é uma coisa que, sei lá, meu... Desnecessária, injeção de linguiça desnecessária. O jogo ele não te ganha pela dificuldade, ele ganha pelo cansaço que ele te dá. Ele te cansa. Chega uma hora que você não quer mais ficar fazendo esse caminho, você não quer mais ficar dando esses rolês, sabe? Vai, volta, vai, volta, vai. Os bagulhos sem sentido. Cansa. Já começasse pelo menos ali... Vai ficar fazendo isso aqui é um bagulho deveras chato. Puta merda. Até pra mim tá ficando chato. Eu que gosto do gênero, sei lá. Não, mas é assim, cara, a proposta do roguelike é fazer você repetir aquilo a esmo até você, né? Só que é o seguinte, o jogo não te dá upgrades pra você, permanência pra você falar, não, o gameplay ficou mais tranquilo nesse sentido. Você depende demais do aleatorismo. Caiu uma arma com upgrade foda, uma combinação legal. Às vezes você passa o jogo inteiro só com pistolinha, com dano baixo, cara. Aí você faz aquela run de 1h30 que te cansa psicologicamente. Você fica, porra, mano... Não aguento mais ficar vendo esse primeiro e segundo estágio, sabe? Tem que passar o primeiro estágio, chegar no deserto, ir pro deserto. Ai, mano. Aí cansa. Dá uma... O cara devia ter colocado alguma coisa pra agilizar. O cara passou pro segundo e terceiro mundo, já bota um teleporte direto lá pro terceiro, se o cara quiser esquipar. Nem que ele comece o terceiro mundo mais fraco e vá na sorte, pra não passar essa etapa de ficar, sabe? É muito... Não vou comprar platina nessa merda nunca. Não, cara. Eu tô ligado. Aí o developer muitas vezes ele não é player. Ele não sabe o que é divertido colocar para prolongar a vida útil do jogo de forma legal. Aí ele coloca coletável num jogo que é procedural. Ou seja, você vai depender do fator randômico para aquele coletável vir e você fechar o jogo com 100%. Mano, não depende de você, não é a sua habilidade, não é a sua estratégia. É o jogo que vai te dar isso aí, entendeu? Então, é bem bosta, cara. Um jeito bem bosta, assim. Bem bosta mesmo, assim. Um jogo que é legal pra caralho, acaba virando um troço chato por causa de um detalhe bobo. Uma coisa que, tipo, poderia ter sido evitada. Que nem aqui, ó. Não tô afim mais de ficar fazendo esse backtracking aqui, cara, nessa área. Eu não tô nem querendo coletar mais as paradas, sabe? Chega uma hora que você fala, meu... Não tem mais... Não tá mantendo o interesse? Ele realmente, eu tenho que concordar, ele fica cansativo mesmo. Quando falavam pra mim, eu falei, cara, roguelite é assim mesmo, mas aqui a cadência de evolução tá bem nervoso. Ó que de vinil. É muito lenta a evolução, cara. Sei lá. Pior que eu nem tô putaço com o jogo, não. Eu tô cansado. Se eu tivesse putaço, eu ia dando soco na mesa de raiva, mas não tô. Tô cansado mesmo. Ele vai te desanimando, sabe? Ele vai meio que te jogando pra baixo, assim. Aí, ó. Ah, mano, sei lá. O teleporte tá aqui. Esse aqui tinha que ser dinamizado, cara. Muito arrastado. Aí acha teleporte. Ele vai lá pro mundo do deserto. Aí tem que chegar no outro teleporte. Nossa, que bagulho enrolado! Comprar Demon Souls? Comprar Demon Souls? Como assim comprar, cara? Tá aqui já, velho. Na Plus. Aí, Last Guardian, Death Stranding, que eu não sei se eu vou gostar. Ghost of Tsushima. E aí outras coisas que eu já joguei. sei lá. O jogo é legal, mas tem uma cadência muito mal idealizada, mal planejada. Ele fica deveras cansativo, eu tenho que concordar. Chega uma hora que parece que você não tá evoluindo, cara. Joga. Aí você vê que tem hora que você vai bem pra caralho, que tem umas puta combinação foda. Aí tem hora que você joga 3 horas ali, só com pistolinha e sem arma legal. Tipo, será que dá pra eu rushear na moralzinha? Cara, eu vou tentar meter o louco aqui, velho, porque eu não aguento mais ficar andando nessa porra desse lugar vazio. Como é aberto, não vai ter como me travar. Então eu vou embora. Eu vou tentar achar aqui a... Ah, tem que abrir container. Ah, meu irmão. Ô, Lorde. Tá merda, viu? Às vezes por causa de um errinho o cara consegue desgraçar o jogo, cara. A diversão vai pro diabo. Pronto, já peguei uma arminha melhor. Um container aqui mais pra frente. Da hora a vida. Sai correndo aí, cara. Vida louca. Dura que os inimigos estão vindo, cara. Bom, matar vocês aqui de dentro. Perder meu tempo. Aparece mesmo, lembra bastante do 1, cara. O jogo pra roguelike, cara, ele tem que te fazer sentir que você tá evoluindo. Quando parece estar estagnado, fazendo um bagulho em cíclica, repetindo, sem novidade, ele vai ficando muito cansativo. Aí chega uma hora que você fala, mano, por mais que eu goste, mas não tá indo, sabe? Não tá evoluindo, cara. Vou planejar isso aqui um pouquinho melhor. O duro é que eu acho que tem um container que ficou aqui, ó. Eu não sei se ainda tem inimigo lá. Ah, vou passar por fora. Ah, merda que isso aqui. Só pra tirar essa... Ah... Puta, eu não vi. Se confundiu no meio do brilho dos tiros, cara. Filha da puta. Acaba! Fica um cabelinho, desgraçado, e não morre! O peste do demo! Parece que o jogo... Puta, mano! Sempre fica um pelinho ali. Filha da puta não vai pros quiabos. Ah, é a arma que vem. Enfia no cu. Arma de merda. Tem que parar pra pegar, porque eu tô tentando chegar num baú aqui, mas tá mais difícil que... Ah, não. Não. Olha o percurso, cara. Fala se não é um negócio irritantemente chato. Puta que pariu, cara. É andar, 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 andar. Chega uma hora que você fala, meu irmão... Terceiro mundo. Again. And again. Aí tem que fazer um rush muito louco. Descobrir aonde que é o save, né? Que é uma das principais coisas que tem que fazer. Se não salvar, você não... Ah, isso aqui acho que aumenta o life máximo. O que isso aqui faz mesmo? Ele usa uma tecnologia, quer dizer, xenotecnologia para reciclar materiais. Eu não lembro o que isso faz. Ah, foda-se. Ah, mano, eu apertei o botão. Oh! Ai, filha. Relaxo. Mexi lá, ele tirou meu life e deu um upgrade.
Ai, meu Deus! Puta que pariu!
Pega o life. Eu apertei o botão em cima do life, jogo cretino. Filha da puta. Passa em cima, se aperta o botão, nada. Só precisa achar a máquina agora. Acha, Eduardo, pode mandar, tá aí pra mandar, mano, louco. Viaja não, cara, louco. Não tem parasita? Tem. Tem? Pode mandar. Ajuda. Foda isso. Bom, agora tem life para pegar. Belezinha. Mais alguma coisa que vale a pena ou não? Tem acho que mais um life ali. Vou dar mais um. Ah, mas aquele é contaminado. Ah, aqui. É. Continue. Não? Tô louco? Deixa eu ver. Ô, jogo safado. Não, não quero isso não. Sai fora, Zé Manuel. Essa é a parte chata, você ficar voltando tudo isso aqui, velho. Isso é chato pra diabo, cara. Ah, filha da puta! Ainda deu uma pequena reladinha. Boa. Eu não vou gastar mais aqui não. Falando que tem um inimigo perdido em algum lugar ali, eu não sei onde que é. Ai, tá certo, é por ali. É. Isso é bom. Caramba, viu? Pronto. Porra, esse aqui... Só faltou agora dar mais uma turbinada no life, velho. Por enquanto... Tudo correndo como deveria. Os bichos conseguem ser muito chato. É, não posso abrir o baú porque o baú está embaixo d'água. Não ativou. Ó, gente, eu preciso abrir essas salas azuis para descobrir onde é que tá o save, cara. Sem o save, nada funciona. Filha da puta. Morre, desgraça. Morre, praga. Morre, inferno. Por que não deu?
Eduardo Col 23 doou R$20. Vamos ver se dá sorte.
Porra, aí sim, valeu, Duzão. Obrigado, cara. Obrigado, irmão. Puxa vida. Não deve ser mata, então.
Morre, porra!
Olha o jeito. Valeu, Du. Ah, é sem comando, cara. Valeu. Valeu, Duzão. Obrigado, velho. O Prime está ligado que é de graça, né? Se você tiver o Prime Video da Amazon, o sub é de graça, velho. Uai, não tá sem dash. Fala que eu lembrei. É. Não, então fechou. Fechou. É melhor. Bem melhor. Aqui na Twitch legal, o sub é legal, só o Prime mesmo. O resto é tudo pelo Steamar, Pix, é bem melhor. Ah, merda. Dá que ele solta todos os negócios no chão. Agora vai dar um maior trabalho pra... E tem um terceiro ainda, não tem? Ou eu usei? Ué... Eu tinha... Tá, eu usei um. Ah, Kengo. Bom, pelo menos já sei onde ele tá. Menos mal. Não é que rende mais, é que o Prime não tem gasto nenhum pra pessoa. Se for a pessoa dar o sub normal aqui na Twitch, se eu não me engano, o sub não...
13 pessoas enganadas, extra, 13 pessoas enganadas.
O sub, ele não vem integral. Ele vem parcial, acho que a Twitch morde 50%. Entre dar o sub na Twitch, e a Twitch morder 50% e mandar um Pix, é muito melhor o Pix. O Pix eu recebo 100%. Agora, o sub na Twitch é qual? O sub é só o Prime, o Prime é de graça. Agora, a pessoa vai lá dar o sub de 5 doletas na Twitch. 2,50 fica pra ela? Eu prefiro 5 doletas na minha conta. Me ajuda bem mais. Deixa eu ver quem chegou aqui. Sim, eu coloquei várias formas, Duzão. Legal. Não, mas tá caro, viu? No Mercado Livre eu vi lá a edição digital por 3 e pouco, é a que eu tenho. Mas tá bem caro, velho. Fala, Dan, o Dan Player. Seja bem-vindo ao canal, cara. Poxa, seja bem-vindo aí pra Twitch, velho. Espero que você curta. Eu demoro, mas eu vou lendo as mensagens aqui. É. Não, mas esse caso aí, cara, o canal é pequeno, o público é 30 pessoas, 40 às vezes no máximo. Então não... Tudo que vier ajuda pra caramba, cara. Mas eu falo pra galera, o sub do Prime é um negócio bem legal, porque a pessoa não tem gasto nenhum, né? Não tem ônus nenhum. E é uma forma de ajudar o canal, assim, bem legal. Ah, eu consigo fazer umas coisas. Tinha tanto lugar pra ela caiu bem na vazão do... Depois que ele ativou uma vez, dá pra ativar outra ou não? Totalmente, cara. Mario. Isso aqui quebra, isso que acho que quebra, não quebra, quebra. Nossa, eu esqueço que essas paredes quebram, cara. Bizarro. Puta, eu prefiro o dano da arma do que a proteção, hein? O duro é que... Eu acho que depois que você perde uma vez, aí ele não volta mais, não. O Drake tem baú, tudo pra pegar ali. O save tá aqui. Puta, que foda, cara. Onde será que fica mais? Eu já achei o save, mas o ideal seria explorar pra conseguir uma arma melhor, cara. Essa arma aqui tá muito rebimboca da parafuseta, mano. E cá entre nós, esse último estágio é uma merda pra você se achar aqui, hein? Putz grila, velho. Pouco confuso. Pouco. Sem dash. Pô, obrigado pelo feedback, cara. Ah, não acredita neles não, cara. Eles são doidos. Não acredita neles não. Puta merda, aí vem outro amigo e ajuda a mentir, cara. Ô, Du, você não precisa fazer isso pra me agradar não, cara. Eu conheço há mais de 20 anos. A amizade não vai mudar. Para de mentir, cara. Nem eu me acho gente boa. Puta, eu tô indo pro lado errado. Me é burro que é uma pedra. Tá bom. Vai, fião. Corre. Corre. Mas corre como se não houvesse amanhã. Run to the hills. Run for your life. É. Tinha que ser...
Miau, filha da puta!
Fusão. Costinha é foda. Ô, Duzão.
Mas você é homem mesmo ou é bicha?
Fala aí. É foda. Silvão perguntou, mano. Fui eu não, cara. Você é doido. Situação desagradável. Opa! O Drag tá falando que tem uma caralhada de life ali em algum lugar no passado. Putz. Não tem dash, quer ver? Olha lá. vou parar pra pegar isso não, cara. Ô, filho de uma égua. Nossa, mas hoje eu tô burro, lento, reflexo, uma bosta. Isso aqui é interessante. Isso aqui eu não tenho dinheiros. Isso aqui eu não quero. Isso aqui eu quero. Tem cooldown também. Cooldown. Tem mesmo. O miau falhou? Ô, louco! Mas ficou... Ah, porque tem o... Ah, não, tem um tempinho. Tem um tempinho, senão ele... Senão spama muito. Não. Cara, roguelike é insistência e paciência, velho. Porque demora, hein? Demora, velho.
Ei, sem você não vi.
Espingaiada. Consegui passar sem tomar dano. Ô, filho de Kenga! Corno maldito! Me tirando, mano. Porra, cara, esse daqui o jogo tá me dando um tapa na cara, hein? Ó, seu merda, seu player noob, animal. Se você não terminar agora, desencana. Desinstala o jogo e vai jogar outra coisa. Isso é muito ruim. Ah, foi só falar. O problema é que não tá vindo arma nenhuma boa, né? Umas porcaria que chega a dar até desgosto da vida, velho. Vou chegar lá fodão, mas sem arma. O que também não ajuda muito. Nossa. Tem como passar correndo isso aqui e sumir desse lugar? Tem jeito?
É, tá bom.
Conceito de estratégia, do inglês strategy, do português brasileiro gambiarra, do alemão vagabundem, Fala aí, Jude Boy. Seja bem-vindo, cara. Querer ou não, você vai morrer. Aí manda aquela arma mais asquerosa. Puta que pariu. Jogo bom, mas depender desse aleatorismo aqui, tá foda.
E morreu.
Ainda não. Na verdade, eu até limpei a área. Descobri uma estratégia bem melhor do que a que eu estava fazendo. Bem melhor. O negócio é passar correndo, afunilar eles no corredor, fazer um sistema de filhinha indiana lá da Dark Souls. Ninja Gaiden. Fica bem mais fácil de matar essa zoada. O achachar assim. O problema é que eu não tenho éter, né? Eu preciso achar éter aqui agora. Ainda não, ainda estou vivo. I'm still alive. Não, isso aqui eu não vou pegar não. Fodendo. Não, Max. Não, Max. Não. Não. Tem um baú ali em cima, mas eu não sei qual que é a fonte de acesso dele. Por quê? Karateka assim, bato Amazaki. Wachachara. Por que pra dormir, cara? Não entendi. Oxi, caralho. Porra, mano. Porra, mano. Ai, ai. Eu tô tentando. Tô tentando, tá foda. Eu já fui nessa porra dessa sala. Estou sendo molestado psicologicamente por piadas que me emburrecem. Para com essa porra, mano. Para com essa porra. Cara, onde que tá esse baú do capeta? É com Z, tá? Fica a dica. Putz, não tem chave. Será que se eu cair da ponte e der um dash... tá bom? Tá valendo? É isso aí mesmo. O que é isso aqui? Puta, não vem um... Eita, cara. Essa arma aqui... Ué, não deu certo não? Ué? Falhou. Vê se não foi um espaço a mais antes da palavra, antes do exclamação, depois da palavra. Isso pode ser. Eu não acho o éter, cara, pra poder... Ah, eu não vi como que ele escreveu. Ele colocou com U? Ah, é. Ele colocou Z e U depois, casal U. Não vi. Não tem muito o que fazer, não. Vou pegar um teleporte aqui. Tentar voltar. Ver se eu acho éter para salvar. É. Atividade múltipla. Eu preciso de éter, porque sem o éter eu não consigo salvar. Sem salvar, sem acordo. Se eu for lá, ele passa a mão na minha bunda, xinga minha mãe. Não dá, eu não deixo fazer nada. Foda que ele realmente não deixa fazer nada. Aqui eu até sei que lugar é. Ali tem um baú que eu não abri, cara. Deixa eu ver que baú que é esse. Foda, né? Além de tudo, ainda tem essa ainda, cara. Porra. O que eu falo? Exagerou, né? Porra. Só que é aquela porra daquela 12. Essa arma... Esse tiro não persegue? Esse tiro não é um tiro que persegue? Acho que é, não é? Puta, mas o alcance eficaz, cara. É, entendeu o que eu falo? Só que aí é o seguinte, por que eu cheguei lá sem o item? Porque depende do filho do Maquenga do jogo cretino me mandar o item. Só que aí ele não manda, aí você salsi, fufu, papai papudo. O jogo é bom, mas chega uma hora que ele fica muito arrastado. Que nem aqui, ó. Quer ver? Aqui eu tenho algumas salas que pode ser que tenha ali, ó, o item. Vamos testar. E cá entre nós é bem confuso a parada, né? Porra. Demorou, né? Brincar de Hulk Smash! Não pegou, cara. Essa arma aqui naquele... Sei, hein? Sei. Não, não quero não. Mas por quê? Teve um brother falando aí que ia subir de preço, mas você sabe por quê, ô Draco, que vai rolar isso aí? Onde ajuda, Richard? Só dita exclamação vaquinha, vai o link. Não é, cara, que essa arma dá pouco dano, velho. A live caiu pelo jeito, né? Tô vendo aqui. Ó, tá na tela aí, ó. Tem R$40 pra 350 conto. Comecei a vaquinha anteontem. É, mas eu não tinha visto que caiu não, cara. Tá oscilando meu upload. É o OBS, cara. Não sei o que acontece com esse OBS, viu? Tem um monte de gente reclamando no Reddit lá que o OBS dá uns drop no upload. Poxa, agradeço, cara. Agradeço bastante, Richard. Bastante, irmão. Quanto que eu tenho de Ether? 4. Faltam mais 2 ainda. Oh, Lorde. Olha, essa arma aqui, ela tem um dano cumulativo interessante. Essa aqui tá legal. O dano dessa arma aqui tá forte. Mais forte que a outra que eu tava. Porque ela tem um plus ali que sai uns esperminhos ali que segue, cara. Ah, que pistolinho aqui, a merda. Oxe! Caraca, mano! Não sabe, o negócio tava desligando. Nossa! Eu achei que era permanente. Pra mim não tinha nem raio ali. Raios duplos, raios quíntuplos. Atira! Ó, e tem uma... Cai não. Isso é desprezível. que isso faz? Putz. Tá. Ótimo. Ô, mas que merda, hein? Deixa eu usar aqui antes que dá merda. Eu jurei que tava livre já, ainda tava no... Tem live aqui ainda? Tem, lá em cima. Sobe, sobe. Filha da puta. Vai de rebolar na tela aí, fião. Eu tenho 5 lives. Pode ser no PayPal também.
Richard Boi.
Ô, louco, Richard, valeu, cara.
Oi, você e uma pessoa especial, suas live top. Gosto muito de você, TMJ.
Valeu, brother. Obrigado, Richard. Pô, de coração, irmão. Obrigado, velho. Obrigado demais aí pela força. Verdade, eu não coloquei... A opção de PayPal, ela tem, mas ela não tá no StreamYard ou tá no StreamYard. Não lembro agora. Quando você clicou pra ver, tem várias opções pra poder doar e ajudar lá. Tem PayPal ali? Eu não lembro. Com a adrenalina deve fazer um estrago. Sim. Essa arma aqui, ainda mais que esses negocinhos, esses esperminhos que vai junto... Tá dando um dano cabuloso, velho. O que é? Comprei logo o PS5 vai subir vários países. Quem tava querendo comprar era o Richard, não era? Não é o Richard, cara, que queria pegar aí? Você tava falando que tá o maior roubo aí onde você mora, cara. Acho que tá $700, 700 e pouco, não sei. Você comentou, não foi? Tomou um processo, cara. Então, mas aí que tá. Ela tomou o processo para baixar os preços. Ela vai aumentar? Ué? Se eu fosse você, eu comprava logo, cara. Porque pelo jeito vai subir ainda mais, velho. Ela tá falando que vai aumentar? Vai aumentar o valor dos consoles? O Draco falou que compartilhou lá no grupo, cara. Deixa eu ver. PS5 é mais caro em diversos países devido à alta do dólar e inflação. Sony confirmou aumento de preço em países como Canadá e Japão. O Brasil não entrou na lista. Também? Oxe, você é louco? O Cristóvão falou uma coisa que é maravilhosa aqui, ó. Essa alta do dólar é conversa pra boi dormir, também acho. Ganância da Sony, cara. Ganância. Pô, tá tomando um processo já porque tá cobrando caro em tudo que ela vende e ainda vai aumentar mais. Os caras estão de brincadeira, velho. Ô, Richard, não compensa você comprar aqui no Brasil, já que você vai pagar em euro, não compensa você comprar aqui e pagar, sei lá, alguém pra levar pra você, alguma coisa assim? Porque aqui no Mercado Livre você consegue achar até uns 4 e pouco, cara. A versão sem disco. Com disco é mais de 5. Acho que é menos que você vai pagar aí. Ela vai aumentar para os próprios consumidores pagar a condenação do processo. É, exatamente, cara. Não, Series S não tem o Arcanto, não dá nem pra comparar, cara. Não compensa com disco? Series S não dá nem pra comparar. Esse dia não apareceu o Draco com a promoção daquela loja louca lá? Como é que chama, Draco? Não sei se o Draco tá aí. 1.490 e alguma coisa. Acabou em horas. 1.500 contos você comprava um Series S. Acabou. Cara, eu não consigo achar o Ether para salvar. É mole? É mole ou não? Cara... Pior que eu acho que eu não fui ali, né? Será que dá pra dar a volta aqui? Ah, cara, o foda é que eu não acho esse maldito. Eu quero salvar, mas não tem o tal do Ether. Aqui tá 299 o Series S. Eu tenho o Series X. Ah, então só falta o Play 5 pra completar, hein? Aí sim, Richard. Aí sim, cara. Ô Max, que horas tá fazendo live aqui na Twitch? Velho, hoje eu comecei às 9 da manhã porque tinha evento da Microsoft que foi bom 25%, o resto foi encheção de linguiça, chatice e fiasco. Não valeu de nada. É uma falação. Mas normalmente eu tô começando 6 da tarde, 6, 7 horas. Se bem que eu vou ser muito sincero, eu tô pensando seriamente em começar a abrir durante o dia, viu? Tá legal durante o dia, cara. Pega o de 650 então, não tem jeito. Vai subir, você vai esperar, você espera, vai para $900, aí você não compra mais. Vai pagar mais caro ainda. Hoje eu comecei mais cedo por conta disso, senão... Inclusive eu deixei de dormir por causa disso. Estou com sono, não vou negar não. Deixa eu voltar isso aí. Paguei 1.000 no Xbox Series X. Caracoles! $1.000? Jeito de... é do SSD. Eu vou fazer isso. Live de tarde até a noite. Queria saber para deixar uns ganks aqui se der. Nossa, cara! Eu vou fazer a mesma coisa. Eu faço a mesma coisa. Depois eu deixo a live rolando em play, eu te mando também. É que tá assim, normalmente eu começo a live às 5, 6 e vou até às 10 e treino depois. Vou treinar 10 e pouco até meia-noite. Ou eu treino à tarde, começo a live e vou até meia-noite, entendeu? Mas eu testei, a live hoje durante o dia do evento, foi bom, cara. A galerinha compareceu, tava aí. Não, pior que não. Eu fui dormir tarde porque eu fiquei assistindo filme com o Maximiliano, ele não dorme cedo. Aí eu fui dormir, era quase 4 da manhã. Eu acordei... Não, era 4h20 já, 4h27 acho que eu ia no relógio, tá acordado ainda. Quase 4h30. Aí eu acordei, era 10 para as 8. Tô até agora. É isso que é foda. Os caras, quando tá num preço razoável, o que os caras fazem? Eles compram em grande quantidade, os malandro, em lote, e aí depois eles compram para revender. E aí fica em falta para a galera que precisa. Aí o cara compra $500 e vende a 750, 800, 1.000. Você quer, eu tenho. Não quer, fica sem. Cara, é foda, Richard. Então, porque à noite, cara, na maior parte do tempo... quando chega mais ou menos umas 10 e pouco, a galera começa a ir dormir, manja. O público aqui do canal não costuma ficar de madrugada. É um ou outro. Aí eu faço live pra, tipo, ficar lá 10 pessoas, pouca gente. Não dá pra fazer de madrugada, dá pra começar, tipo, à noite e ir até a madrugada, entendeu? De boa. Um dia ou outro dá pra fazer. É até legal revezar um pouco. Antes eu fazia, mas contava na Trovo. Por quê? Porque a Trovo tinha umas metas muito loucas lá que não tinha como, cara. Não é pra dar tristeza isso aqui, ó. Ai, cara. Não é pra dar tristeza no coração. Ah, mano, não sei. Vou tentar mais uma vez, né? Mesmo sem salvar. Vou tentar com essa arma mesmo, sem salvar. Na força do ódio. Eu sei que eu vou morrer, mas pelo menos esse vai servir de experiência. Live eu tô bastante. É. 34 porque caiu, né? Eu fiz uma live de 2 horas e 40 antes. Aí caiu, ela falhou, aí registrou 34. Ela para ter registrado quase 37 horas, cara. Cara, eu só pego o digital. Tem gente que pega em disco para depois trocar, vender, porque quem tem o Play 5 e o Xbox Series X acaba jogando a maioria dos jogos no Xbox. Por quê? Game Pass e os jogos normalmente saem mais barato no Xbox. A Sony enfia a faca. Então normalmente acaba jogando no Xbox, que são multiplataforma. Agora, os exclusivos da Sony, o que a galera faz? Joga, termina e vende, troca, entendeu? Mas eu vou peguei digital mesmo, porque se assina a Plus, a maior parte dos jogos que eu vou querer jogar tá na Plus, então... No meu caso aqui, tô pegando emprestado do brother ainda, do Draco e do Cristóvão. Bora. Ah, não, sem apresentação. Puta, o principal golpe especial. Me fudi de novo. Essa arma não serve pra matar esse boss, cara. Puta, mesmo pulando pega. Nossa, muito pouco dano, cara. Valeu, Ark! Até, mano. Obrigado aí pelo carinho, velho. Bom que você vem pra Twitch também. Cadê o bicho? Puta que pariu. Puta que pariu. Ainda não tem especial da arma ainda. Que pena. Faltou um pouquinho mais de life. E essa arma nunca mais eu pego pra esse chefe. Porra é essa?
Que pena.
Cusão. Cusão. Se concentrou, caralho.
E morreu.
Miau, filha da puta!
Cara, que mancada! Ô louco, não tem o que fazer! Nossa, que mancada! Eu tô em queda livre! Como assim, cara? Não, essa arma não serve. Essa arma não serve pra esse boss. Horrível. Não serve. Putz, cara. Essa arma não serve, cara. Demora demais. Se fosse uma outra arma com dano maior, eu tinha passado, cara. Eu tinha passado. Se fosse aquela arma potente de canhão, eu tinha passado, cara. Foda. Foda foi o dano, cara. Muito baixo, muito devagar. A outra arma tava matando muito mais depressa. É, galera. Que pena. Não tem, eu hoje, né? Hoje só amanhã. Live de umas par de horas. Joguei. Mas não... Sei lá, cara. A minha intenção ali era... tentar evoluir um pouco, mas meu feeling...
Você destruiu o meu ovo!
Quebrou os ovos. Nada. É o terceiro, tem mais 3, né, depois dele. Só que quando eu passar dele... Ele faz um save, eu não começo mais aqui, ficar esse repeteco nojento. Eu começo lá no final, entendeu? Lá no terceiro, aliás. Vai do terceiro pro final. No começo do primeiro, entendeu? Não tem mais 3 depois dele. Deixa eu ligar aqui. Ah, tirar aqui esse cabo. Você destruiu meu ovo. Passando dele, ele faz um save. Esse save vai me deixar naquela parte ali. Faz um checkpoint. Aí eu não preciso voltar mais aqui, entendeu? Não quer dizer, já dá uma outra vibe. Só que até passar ali... Ali se eu tivesse usado aquela outra arma, eu fui burro. Até se essa arma não presta, cara. Se atira, o life vai muito devagar. A outra, ela dá umas comidas de life assim, bem mais rápida. Eu acho que é bem mais negócio essas armas que explodem mesmo. Elas dão um dano maior. É isso aí que é o problema. Só umas 35 vezes, aí o jogo deixa eu passar. Esse é o problema de jogo roguelike, roguelite, rogue. Sei lá, né? Exatamente. É isso aí, rapaziada. Batemos aí uma cacetada de hora de live aí, né? Desde as 9 da manhã. Então já tem quase 8 horas de live já, cara. É isso? É isso mesmo, quase 8 horas de live. Vou finalizar e amanhã estamos de volta. Vou treinar, depois eu vou tirar o resto do dia de folga. Vou ver um filme, ver uma série. Comer...
Toma cachaça, caralho!
Capaz que se fizer isso, passa. Aí passa o boss, chapado. Eu só bebo de latinha. Ai, caraca, meu. Vocês são foda, cara. Oh, valeu aí o Richard Boy, valeu aí a Mi. Eu lembro que foi, acho que foi o Duzão que doou. Mas... Acho que a gente consegue o valor pra pegar esse jogo. Esse daí tá todo mundo ansioso pra ver, cara. Esse é um puta jogo foda. Valeu demais, galera. Obrigado pela presença, obrigado pelo carinho. E amanhã a gente tá de volta. Se der a louca, eu estiver muito bem, eu abro live mais tarde, mas vai ser muito improvável. Eu vou tirar pra dar uma dormidinha, depois eu vou treinar e depois eu vou ficar com o meu pequeno maravilhoso, vou ver uns filmes com ele, ver umas séries. Vou dar uma adiantada nisso aí. Valeu, galera. Ótima quinta aí pra vocês. Não me esqueça. Falar nisso, antes de eu finalizar, o que saiu na Epic hoje de graça, hein? Peraí. Vamos ver aqui antes o que saiu. Peraí, deixa eu ver o que foi na Epic aqui. Vamos ver antes. Vamos ver se a gente tem uma gata surpresa ou se foi um corneta abuso. Tá carregando aqui. Caramba. Quer nem abrir a Epic. Ih, Marquinhos. Vamos ver o que veio aqui de grátis. Putz. Vou colocar aqui para vocês. Deixa eu fazer uma coisa aqui antes. Veio um pacote 30º aniversário, é isso? Da Bang. Não, mas você vai jogar a Dash no PC? Não vou, cara. Mas tá de graça. Sim, quero receber. Como? Como assim? Não entendi, ô Fonai. Boiei aqui, velho. Tem um outro aqui que é o Ring of quê? Ring of Pain, é isso? Nossa, jogo de carta. Eu pego só pra ter mesmo, porque eu não vou jogar isso aqui. Só porque tá de graça. Quais são os próximos jogos? Já tá anunciado ali? Já tá mostrando ou não? Quando é jogo surpresa, realmente costuma ser coisa boa, cara. Mas quando eles já mostram assim de cara... Ó, depois vai ser o... Como é que é? Knockout City. Depois... Olha isso, cara! Shadow of the Tomb Raider Definitive Edition. Depois o Submerged. Olha, mano! Os caras vão dar um jogo muito foda! Olha, cara! Vem coisa boa aí. Vem coisa boa. É, entendi, entendi. Vou nessa, galera. Boa quinta pra vocês aí. E já já a gente tá de volta. Amanhã, na verdade. Abraço, galera. Até. Voltamos já já. Fui.